This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately.
It's the house!
Good evening, basketball fans, wherever you may be. Welcome. Oh, wait, wrong show. Sorry about that. All right. Thank you, Cindy Leon, for the super chat there. Appreciate it. Very cool. Very cool. I've been trying to... you guys remember the other day I was trying to figure out where exactly the traffic camera that filmed Debbie's car was. And it was still weird. I mean, I know other people have been trying to figure it out, but I found the exact spot using one of those crazy techniques, you know, that I do. It's pretty wild, so we'll show that later. And then I also did the press. I filmed took the press conference and fixed the audio up, and then I put notes on it, so maybe we can watch certain parts and think. I mean, this case is driving me nuts. Okay. Like it is everybody else, but first we're going to talk about a couple other ones. Thanks, Amber Maiden, Ultra Dark CEO, and Adam's Lost House Cat, and Kathy Freidenmaker. By the way, is it Linda Molden Howe's birthday today? Is it Linda Howe's birthday? Does anybody know that? Now let me know. Somebody was saying that on her Facebook page, but I couldn't tell if that was anybody. Well, let me know if you find out. Anybody at all. I'll have to go check, since none of you seem to have a clue. God, it took you guys like an hour to answer that thing. Hold on. Okay. All right. So hold on one second. We're going to do this for Linda Molden Howe. It's perfect. Look at it. All right. So, Mary Lou?
Yes, Gracious.
You have to sing happy birthday for Linda Howell, but we call her Linda Molden Howe because that was one of the people that used to be on Art Bell. You remember that?
Oh, yeah, I remember that, great.
All right, so we're going to switch over just for a second. Let me get to the middle monitor here. And there it is. Look at that, everybody. We've got Linda Molden Howe's, what do you call it? The cattle mutilations and crop circle image. All right, so Linda Howell, here is your happy birthday from Mary Lou.
But I don't want to, Gray.
No, you're going to do it right now, okay?
Okay. Happy birthday to Linda Howell. Happy birthday to Linda Molden Howell. Happy birthday, dear Linda crop circles and cattle mutilations. Happy birthday to you.
Wow. Are you okay, Mary Lou?
Yeah, I'm just fine. I was trying to hold my breath.
Okay, well, don't do that ever again, okay? Anyways, happy birthday to Linda Moulton Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. Right? Very cool. Oh, I saw that actually on her page. Somebody put it there. Thought that was pretty funny. And I hope you get better soon, Linda. Everybody misses you around here. All right. Now, what are we gonna do first here? Oh yeah, we gotta watch the footage today of the. Hold on a second. The Cirigliano family. There's actually some footage that was put out by a couple different channels out there. I'm not really sure how they're collecting it, but let's take a look. So the son, right here. Look at this. So here is the family. You guys are all aware of that. This is the family that their father called 911 and was asking for the chief police to come over and get him in touch with the FBI and CIA because, you know, the people, something he knows behind 9/11, they're coming after him. And then it turns out that the following day at around 10 something, he's driving around up north in an unknown territory, everybody, a place that nobody had actually ever heard of. The Upper Peninsula of Michigan. It's a new state, the 51st state. We're going to add that real soon. But anyways, hey, thank you, Rebecca and Tosh. And sorry for not knowing that that even existed. But I don't feel bad because that's the only image I've ever seen. The Mick.
Bravo,
Right?
Mary Lou. Happy birthday, cattle mutilation reporter Linda.
That's right, that's right. Cattle mutilations and crop circles. Yep. Alright, here we go. Let's play some of this. Look at this crazy shit, man. So they got this van probably loaded up with all kinds of... It looks kind of messy, though. Well, one thing that's interesting is he goes over and he kind of looks around to make sure nobody's watching. He grabs that phone off of there. I mean, keep in mind they're both autistic, both the boys here. So I don't know if that's just something he's goofing around or... You know, like... Just... And here's the dad right here. I mean, it doesn't seem like anybody's like really panicking, but they all do seem a little bit stressed out. You know, they're sort of, you know, kind of like, what are we doing here? There's a longer one here in a minute. Yeah, here we go. This is better. So here's something that's interesting is, well, that car's right there, right? Well, that's heading west. So did they see it leave to the east? I mean, how do we know for certain? So it definitely comes in from the east and is driving west right here. There it is. Apparently that's what they're filming here. And this is on the 17th. This is longer, has more footage in it. It's amazing how people always film stuff portrait style like that. It's just ludicrous. They could have got way more information by filming it landscape. Notice how they're cutting stuff off. Hey, very cool, Vicky H. Very cool. Congratulations. So, like, I don't know. I mean, when you look at that, she's in the car, she's doing stuff. He's probably sitting over there. That looks like they're talking. She grabs something, almost, I'm not sure what she'd have in her hand there. It looked like keys, but why would she have the keys? And then he pays with a card, so that's a little weird, right? Because he goes over and pays in the gas with a card. And so when you think about that, remember he hadn't used his credit card, so does he have a whole new identity that he's been building up? And he has another card under that name. I mean, that's crazy, right? Because he did use a credit card, and none of their accounts have been used, so he must have set something else up.
Well, hit record. You're not recording.
That's somebody that recorded this. But yes, you didn't do it landscape mode like you're supposed to. And by the way, everybody, when you're filming something for somebody to use, never film it in portrait mode, okay? Turn the camera sideways, landscape, where it's wide, and, you know, boom. I don't know what the hell what the deal is with everybody. It's just, hey, portrait mode because I do selfies. Yeah, maybe it's a gas card, I guess. I don't know. Guess he could have done that. Prepaid gas card, and that's all it's for, with cash. See how they're in there and they're sort of like, almost like they're trying to communicate, but not really. I mean, that's what I'm seeing here. I mean, they're communicating subtly, and they might even be mumbling things under their breath, but they're trying to look like they're not doing anything. Right here, watch. See, it sort of looks like they're communicating, and the mom's just kind of, yep. Yeah, and he's saying, you know, it's what it feels like. Head down, they're talking a little bit, just sort of. Something looks a little weird right here. Well, yeah, it's, don't say that though, calm down. Mary Lou thinks it's really good, okay? That's part of the humor of it. You probably obviously don't get it. All right, let's see. Huh? What does that mean, Jane? Type English. We have no idea what that means, man. That's just wow. I think son ios nerus. And by the way, that's just while this person's filming this. It's recording somebody ringing something up, so the owner of the place is allowing them to film the video. So if there's anybody out there that lives near there and you want to go by there, maybe you can get a copy of it for me and film it in landscape and try to hold everything as still as possible. Well, I mean, they're also, you know, both these kids are autistic, so a lot of times there's different mannerisms that aren't, like typical of other people. So, yeah, I already said that, Sarita, earlier. Yeah, so, I mean, there he is. Look at, he's trying to get on a phone and dial. Was he trying to say something, or was he just kind of goofing around? I mean, we don't know. This part was weird, though. I thought that segment was strange. This one right here, this interaction here. It feels like the mom's watching the kid, and maybe the kid's like, that's just not real normal behavior, right? Like, in some ways, it feels like maybe this guy. I mean, I don't know, man. Very, very weird stuff right there. Very weird. Yeah, I mean, exactly. I think creepy is the right word there. That's exactly right. Something doesn't feel quite right there. What do you guys think about that? Yeah, they do. It seems like they're just sort of waiting for something to... like, what are they doing right now? Okay? I mean, that's what you might ask yourself. What are they doing? All right, let's go back. Let's just watch this again. Okay, great. You know, Mom's in the store, and this kid goes over here to do something. I mean, that's the same one, but what are they doing in the store? They're not buying anything. They're just sort of standing around. I mean, look at this again. Just yeah, maybe. I mean, but they're waiting for Dad. Why did they even get out of the car then? I guess. Yeah, maybe, but I mean, look at the kids, almost like he's got his head down. I mean, that could be an autistic sort of thing, you know, just being sort of shy, kind of. I mean, you can definitely see his motion. He's doing some of the standard types of things with his hands and things, but he's not doing anything either. It's very odd, man. Just sort of standing around. Just. I don't know. Seems like it's hard to say if they're scared to ask for help. You know?
Actually, no. Yeah, I would take it.
Because they might actually buy into the whole thing. All right, so she did say something to him. Like, did you get something? And no, that's not audio from the day. That's in the background of the person filming. Yeah, really wild stuff. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know if they... Obviously, the husband allowed them to go in there, right? I mean, he was just putting gas in the car and they went in to do something. You know, I don't know. Maybe that was it's part of the thing. Hey, we got to let the CIA know where we're at. If you can put yourself on film, they have a way to actually do it. But the bad guys wouldn't know that we're here, but the CIA people, they could just look it up, you know, all this digital stuff that they collect, and they'll know where we're at. So just go in there. You don't have to do anything. I'll get the gas. I wouldn't,
If you're counting down the
you know,
days to
what I
Halloween,
just
it's
said right
9
there,
days.
I wouldn't be shocked at all if that's exactly what's going on. Right? Because that's the way his mind thinks.
Days away, but many communities
It wouldn't shock me a bit. No, they're just standing around, Jamie. Didn't you watch it? I mean, where do you come up with this stuff? It's like as soon as you show somebody this weird, really weird moment, you throw something out there that just... what do you mean, so why are both kids autistic? Because they're autistic. I don't understand the question. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the dad could be. I mean, the fact that both kids are, we said the other night, I mean, that sort of lends you to believe that maybe there's a little bit of hereditary aspect of it, right? What do you mean you can't get past that, Amy? It's just, they left their dog, they left their grandma, they just took off. Yeah. That's like one of those overused phrases. I can't get past, or I've got chills, or what's the other one? Something just isn't right. So where were they? Show us the map of how far. And we've shown this 1,000 times, Deanna. All you got to do is watch some shows every once in a while. But let me get to the... Yeah, we've gone over this since it started. So anyways, here we go. This is where they live in Fremont, Michigan. And apparently they've just purchased this entire northern area recently, since none of this ever shows up on a map that you get shown when you're a kid. So anyways, they drove from here And obviously, now we can see that they probably did go this direction. And then you see them coming in from the east to this gas station over here. And when I say they, I mean the state of Michigan purchased the the northern peninsula, or whatever the hell that thing is. All right, so on that camera, you see them pull in like this, and then he's putting gas in the car, and then they're inside of this. They're 290 miles away from home. Yeah. So, hey Janice, what if aliens are controlling him? What sounds more logical, Janice? Yeah. What sounds more honest? I mean, logical to you? Right. So he went. He was waiting for the CIA and the FBI, and because they weren't coming, he took things into his own hands, and then he drove off all by himself with his kids. Yeah. Okay, that's probably what happened. Road, Janice? Road? Yeah. Yeah, lots of roads there. Yeah, so anyways, he went up here, and on the same day that they were spotted up here, that's when they found the grandmother just walking around in the neighborhood where they're from. Yeah, so he made a 911 call. Here's what I'll do. I'll play just the 911 call, not the press conferences. We've already gone over that 1,000 times. I even put a video out there that plays it, but I'll play the 911 call for you, okay?
North Michigan Avenue.
Hold on.
In Fremont, Michigan, 49412.
Okay, what's going on tonight?
That's where they live.
Yes. Everyone is okay, but I need the Fremont Police Department, and I believe he is Captain Geating, John Geating. I need some police protection immediately.
Okay, for what?
It is of vital national interest. It is related to September 11th, and people want to erase me from the face of the earth. I'm not crazy. Mr. Geating knows me. I'm a Christian. I just need some help, and then the U.S. government will take it from here.
Yeah, I wonder what the Christian part was, you know.
I know this sounds crazy. You don't have instructions for this. Please send me.
I mean, it's interesting that he says that, you know, he knows it sounds crazy, so he's aware that it doesn't sound normal. You know, that part's kind of interesting. He's not one of those ones that are just, oh yeah, this is true, this is what I'm doing. You know, he's literally, he knows it sounds weird. So he says he's a Christian because 9/11 was kind of like the first battle against, you know, like, you might say Christianity versus radical Islamic terrorism, right? I mean, so maybe, I wonder if that's what he's saying, why he's saying he's a Christian or something, you know?
Someone that knows
well, it wasn't the
Geating
first,
and
but it
can
was
talk to
the
the U.S.
major
authorities, please.
start of it.
Okay. And do you have any weapons there?
No weapons at all, not even a BB gun.
All right. How do we spell your last name?
Sure, it's C-I-R.
Who cares, Janice? Go do your conspiracy somewhere else. man.
L-I-A-N-O.
This guy's just nuts, all right? That's all there is to it. Now, if you want, go to a different channel.
And your
They'll
phone
tell
number?
you it's all about
We have
some
no
crazy
landline.
conspiracy theory.
All right.
Yeah,
We'll get him
I'm
over
not gonna do
there.
it.
Send
You keep. Okay.
someone
I can tell
that
by the
knows
questions you're
Geating
answering.
and can talk to.
By the questions you're asking, Janice, that you believe that there's a really good chance that there's something else going on, that there's this big cover-up of some kind, and that's not going to be a discussion that I'm going to have over here. All right, so let me rewind a little bit, and I'll shut the hell up for the rest of it.
Get from here. I know this sounds crazy. You don't have instructions for this. Please send someone that knows the beating and can talk to the U.S. authorities, please.
Okay. And do you have any weapons there?
No weapons at all, not even a BB gun.
All right. How do we spell your last name?
Sure, it's Cirigliano.
And your phone number?
We have no landline.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was saying yesterday. I thought the dad actually sounded like he might be autistic, and just by the way he talks, and that might explain that. And then both of his kids are, so maybe it's a genetic thing with them. I don't really know. I mean, obviously autistic people grow up and they have kids and with other people and so forth, right?
All right. We'll get him over there for you at 823 North Michigan in Fremont, okay?
Okay, can they come with their lights off and not to frighten my children, please?
Yep, definitely.
Okay, I'll look for them, knock on the door, and please try to send Mr. Geating, even if he has to be awoke from his sleep. It's that important,
Yep.
please.
Nope, he's on right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, bye.
So he was on, or they woke him up?
North
on the
Michigan
call.
Avenue in Fremont, Michigan,
Instructions. These people are
49412.
lunatics in here.
Okay, what's going on tonight?
Yes,
That's what paranoid people do, John.
everyone is okay, but I need
What
a
would make you
Fremont
ask that
Police
question?
Department, and I believe he is Captain Geating, John Geating. I need
Okay.
some police
I don't
protection.
know. Ava. I
Immediately.
mean, I'm not really that focused in on the
Okay,
Seventh-day
for what?
Adventist part of it. He
It
seems
is
like
of
he's lost the
vital
reality.
national interest. It is related to September 11th, and people want to erase me from the face of the earth.
See, I don't agree with that, what you just typed in there, Steve. That's actually the exact word that I was reversing. When he said, I know this sounds crazy, that means he's not grandiose. Grandiose people are like, they just know that they're telling the truth and everything, and everybody just needs to believe them. When he made the comment about, I know this sounds crazy, because it probably, I mean, the thing is when I say probably, let's see, I don't know how to word it, but there's an event happened where he believes what he's saying, okay? I absolutely don't believe anything about what he's talking about. Okay, I think it's just absolute garbage. And then people want to look up where he's worked. And yeah, he's in some sort of a predictive modeling financing company. And at one time did IT for like the government somewhere. But that was way after 9/11. And it had nothing to do with that either. It was some other department. Hey, Jamie, go sell your crap somewhere else, all right? Thank you. All right, good stuff.
I'm not crazy. Mr. Geating knows me. I'm a Christian. I just need some help, and then the U.S. government will take it from here. I know this sounds crazy. You don't have instructions for this. Please send someone that knows the beating and can talk to the U.S. authorities, please.
Okay. And do you have any weapons there?
No weapons at all, not even a BB gun.
All right. How do we spell your last name?
Sure, it's Cirigliano.
And your phone number?
We have no landline.
Okay. All right. We'll get him over there for you at 823 North Michigan in Fremont, okay?
Okay, can they come with their lights off and not to frighten my children, please?
Yep, definitely.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, I'll look for them, knock on the door, and please try to send Mr. Geating, even if he has to be awoke from his sleep. It's that important,
Yep.
please.
Nope, he's on right now.
So he's on right now. Is he listening at that point? But, I mean, we might just be hearing a portion of the 911 call, too, right? Because it sounds like they cut some parts out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, something.
I mean, yeah, it sounds like he cares about his kids. I'm actually, this is what I'm hoping, is that he is up in. I'm not buying the part where they went east again, unless they're in a place. They're held out in a place that's over here, but then it seems like their vehicle was filled with stuff, so that doesn't really make a lot of sense. But they're heading this direction in the surveillance footage, and then they said they headed east or northeast. You know, I mean, from here you got two directions. I mean, I doubt they would go back this way. I would think they went west. I almost feel like he misspoke or something. Seems like they were going southwest if they continued on Highway 2, or they went up into this area, and over here it's just all national parks. See, Gwynn State Forest, Crystal Falls Forest, this whole area. I mean, there's almost nobody in there. So maybe there's a place out there where they are holding out, Who knows? I just hope there isn't something more diabolical going on it. But I feel pretty good, but we haven't heard anything from them since the 17th. That's 5 days, and I guess they are pretty near Canada. They could have gotten into Canada somehow, and well, that's it. I don't have any more to offer, but I thought I'd show you guys the video, and hopefully you guys found that interesting. I think it's weird, but the mom. I mean, it could just be that she's watching her kids, and maybe they have something where if she gives them too much eye contact, they get upset or something. But I don't really know. Looked really strange to me. Yeah, I said that, TTGO. They, after the 911 call, I mean, on the other shows, I've said it 100 times. They go over to the house. They spend some time over there. Then they didn't take them. They just wanted to make sure everybody was safe. Then, so that would have been, I think it was at midnight. Then the whole rest of the next day, well, the whole rest of that day, basically the full 24 hours. Then the following morning at 10, so you could actually say it was about 32 hours later, they were seen at this gas station here, or 34 hours later, they were seen at this gas station. So sometime the following, the same day that the police were there, because it was 12 a.m., right? So, later in that day, they may have taken off, or midnight, or, maybe like 3 in the morning they took off. And they left their animals there. Her cell phone, the mother's cell phone, was there and turned off. The husband's cell phone hasn't been located, but it was also turned off. Then and then they left their dog and their grandmother there. And they probably made it so that she could get out, obviously. Yeah, it's really a weird story, isn't it? Crazy. I mean, do you guys, I don't know if you're still in your Ada, but do you think that the Seventh-day Adventist part has something to do with something? I mean, are they pretty, they have some weird beliefs or something like that? I mean, I don't really, it seems like 9/11's kind of its own thing. Whenever you start doing that stuff, it's Adventist with purpose. That's pretty funny. Yeah, it just seems like when you start going down that route, it gets, then you get all over the place with conspiracies and. Yeah. I'm just reading some of the comments. Something may have happened on 9/11. No, John, no. Oh, God. Yeah. Huh? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think the church part of it has something to do. I think it's mainly, something happened to his own mind. I doubt the church is teaching how 9/11 and the government's after you and that kind of thing. I don't buy it. People just like to make the stories bigger, so they get their minds go ooh ooh ooh, and they want to add a bunch of stuff and make it really complex, and then you have way more to talk about with your buddies at the water cooler. Yeah. The McStay family, huh? Not me. Doesn't sound anything like the McStay family. What are you talking about? It's not even close. I mean, I covered that one all times, and Ada knows that case better than anybody, so. Yeah, you're not taught about like 9/11 or anything like that. I don't even know where that shit comes from. How do you not know about the McStay? That was almost like my quintessential, it was a really cool case that we were covering a long time ago and actually helped out law enforcement. Yeah. There was this really interesting thing where, here, I'll even show you really quick, because it's cool to see what we did. Yeah, it took me forever to find these graves because it was just based off of the bushes and things that were. So there's the grave site right there. But before that, if you go back to March of 2013, I think they were found later in that year, like September or October or something like that. But anyways, just using these bushes and helicopter footage, I was able to locate the grave sites. And it turns out they're right here. And when you look at the ground, what do you see right there? I mean, what do you see right here at the ground right here? I mean, just tell me type in what you see right there. Maybe you've heard this story before, Lily. Right, so you see like there's some tracks right there, but a lot of people, there was tracks when law enforcement got there, so people would say, oh yeah, law enforcement put those there. But guess what? This is 6 months or 7 months prior to law enforcement ever finding them. So these things right here, these tracks were actually put there. And guess what? See how that earth right there is light and that's light? That's where the graves were. So you see this area is disturbed and that area is disturbed. And those two areas are where two different graves were located. But just picture that this satellite image is, no, it's not, Ada. Sorry, you're doing your weird. Listen, I'm telling the story. When law enforcement found the area, they got out there later in this year. This is March of that year. Okay. All right. The bodies were put there 3 years earlier. Yes, but that's not what I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah. So in 2010, the bodies were put there, but we were looking at this and we said, wow, those tracks were still there. And then we realized that they must have been formed in mud because it rained, and therefore the tracks were formed in mud and they've just been sitting there for all those years. All right, so they've been sitting in, the tracks have been sitting there for all those years. And so then we looked up and we knew, now we're going back to the 3 years, I think it was like February 2nd they went missing of 2010, and so Ada went out and found some like 2011, and you could still see the tracks, and then it got farther back, they disappeared, the tracks. When you went prior to 2000, there was a site that had satellite imagery from 2010, 11, 12, we could still see the tracks. 2010, 9 and stuff, they sort of went away, but the images weren't that great. So what we did was we looked up the weather, and it turns out that it rained on February 6th in that area. And so we put all this together and we sent it to law enforcement. And then they actually emailed me back and said, we were able to verify your information. And then years later, when it actually had pretrial hearings and everything, all that stuff, they even mentioned that, not us, but they said, yes, and it rained on February 6th, and his phone, and then we learned that his phone pinged in the exact area on February 6th, 2010, off those cell towers. Is that crazy or what? So that was a cool one to look at, yeah. But yeah, no, I wasn't talking. I was just talking about how this image here, even though it's 2013, was done actually before they found them. I think it was in November or something like that. Some motorcycle rider found a skull. And then now there's you can see somebody put a memorial out there with 4 crosses. And there's been a whole bunch of different satellite images since that time. Oh, look at that. They took it down. Wow. When did they take that down? That sucks. Ada. When the hell did that happen? By the way, everybody, if you'd like to help out the channel, support the channel, like I say, I try to put out my public service announcement every single night that on this channel, I do 3-4 hour shows every single night. You guys are the sole source of the income. This is a monetized channel. However, I also take over 50% of the net revenue every month and send it off to charities, and we have a DNA fund built up. I did find out today that the Altoona, the guy in the lake, the DNA has got a lot of bacteria in it, so they have to do some kind of an attempt at enrichment. All right, but if you guys would like to help out on PayPal, Super Chats, all that, great. But there's no ad revenue on the live streams to even speak of. I think the best month I've had on terms of live streaming was like $300 on, it's garbage. Right? The only income is from channel memberships and the Super Chats, and that's it. All right, let me see. I gotta turn on my bots. I forgot my bots. Hey, thanks, Eugenie. Very cool, very cool. Oh, and by the way, we're at $103,000 to charities since 2020 and 39 something this year. But we still have this month and 2 more months after that, and our goal is 50. So we should be able to do it. All right, let's see. Is it turned on right? I think it's on now. There we go. Thanks, Eugenie. Okay. All right, so that's all I got. I just did a little aside there. I thought that was one of the cool moments, a social media moment. This was before I was doing true crime like live streaming or regular videos. I would just put videos out for examples to people. I didn't even know what I was doing. I mean, I knew what I was doing, but I didn't know what I was doing in terms of YouTube. So that was back in about 2013, not too long after the Arius trial was over. Hey, thank you so much, Linda Cosma. And by the way, the Blazers beat the Suns last night in overtime. That was pretty sweet. I think they might be pretty good. Hey, thanks, Sherry S. I appreciate it. Right, so anyways, we got everything mapped out in the Cirigliano case. Hopefully, we just don't have any new information to talk about. We could spend all day talking about coming up with theories about the church that they're in or something, but I just, that's just wild speculation. And again, that's what I'm saying, everybody. If there isn't something that points to something, there's no really, really good reason to talk about it. Now, if they said something like, oh my God, he left a note about the church. Now, this guy's teaching him about these things. Then I'd say, okay, all right. But there's nothing. Just other than, they might be Seventh-day Adventists, and then you want me to go and do this wild, okay, call in. What do you think about that? Ooh. That's disgusting shit, man. I mean, it's just not something people should be doing, but they do it, and I don't know why it's like that. Thanks, your gypsy. Sherry S. Yeah, I hope they turn out alive soon. Now we've got another story in California, a pretty crazy one. Look at this wild crap. This car buried in the ground. This, I guess, this San Francisco area ish. What's going on with the screen right here? It's weird. It's almost like, can I move that? Anyways, right here it says authorities investigating the mystery surrounding a vehicle buried on a residential property near San Francisco did not find human remains Friday, a day after cadaver dogs had indicated their presence in the area. The vehicle buried in the backyard of a home in Atherton, California was first spotted Thursday morning by landscapers working on a project. I mean, why else would you bury a car unless it was involved in something at least? You know, it's similar to when I say, you know those magnet hunters that they throw magnets off of bridges and they pull in metal objects? Do you think there's ever a time when these guys do pull guns out with the magnets? Or do you think any gun that is thrown off of a bridge wasn't used in a crime of some sort prior to that? I always think it's funny the disinterest that law enforcement has when somebody pulls a gun out of the water. I mean, it absolutely is absolutely nuts how they're like, yeah, I'll tell you what, yeah, we'll check it out, but yeah, but no, wait, every one of those was used in something really bad. That's why it was thrown in the water. I mean, if you can tell me a time, if you're a gun owner out there, where you're just driving around and you huck a gun off of a bridge because you just got tired of it, let me know. I mean, I think that's idiotic. Nobody does that. So again, you might say here, anybody that would take the time to bury a vehicle in a yard, likely there's something that car had something to do with something, right? Not necessarily, Gray. Maybe he used it as a time capsule. Did you ever think of that? Oh my God. You're going to dig a hole the size of a car to put the car in there? And come on, you guys. Right. So anyways, it says on Friday morning, a cadaver dog again gave a slight notification of possible human remains. Atherton Mayor Rick DeGolia said, but no human remains have been found at this time. Maybe it's below the car, though. Like there's a body and then they put the car on top of the dog's indication could be to the presence of blood, old bones, or vomit. Hey, thank you for the visuals there. So let me see if I can go to the actual scene here. I found the spot where the car is. Oof, right here. Look at that. Just out of this whole city. Look how weird that is. You just zoom in and there's this weird car that's obviously. Just a second. Have to have that playing. So this is the house right here. And I had this really good shot where you can tell that there was a swimming pool here. And it's right where this tree is. So that tree is no longer there. In fact, I think you can see it because that's an older image. But now if you look at this, that tree's not there really. And if you go back, let's see. See, there's a tree there in June of 2011. And then you go to 2017, it's still there. 19, it's still there. And then you can start seeing that construction's happening. Not there, that's 2020. Now look at, boom. They completely altered, took this off. I think they took the roof from here, moved it, because they put it back on. It looks exactly the same. So this is an interesting one here, because, I mean, the car is right there. It was underneath where that tree was. So that's interesting. And then if you take this out, and now this is before. Usually these 3D images are from like 2016 or so. So this is the construction going on, but they put this tape out. There's the car right there. Okay, good. Let's look at that again. I think that's the vehicle right here in the ground. So let's see. We're looking at this. Let me see what we're. See, I think we're looking at from that angle. Does that make sense? No, maybe let's see. About like this. There we go. Yep. Okay. See those doors right there and everything? They're right over here. And then that right there is right here. Oh, it's underneath my face, so hold on. I think that's right here. Yeah, I mean, because it matches where I have it anyways, so. But it turns out the guy that owned the house, when they think that car was buried, is a murderer. I mean, how can it not be related to that? This is crazy. All right, so let's play it.
Hey, thanks for joining us. It's still not clear if there are remains inside the Mercedes-Benz discovered in the backyard of that mansion, but we are learning more about the person who once owned the home and had...
I don't know about you guys, but when, like when I have a really nice car, I like to bury them instead of trade them in or sell them,
numerous run-ins with the law. ABC 7 News reporter Tim Johns has been following this story
spend $10,000 digging the hole.
Broke last night. He's in the newsroom with what he's found out this evening. Tim?
Yeah, Dan Alma. Now, the Atherton Police Department says crews have spent another day trying to excavate this scene. So far, only the top of the car is out of the ground, and they still haven't revealed who it was registered to. At this point, authorities say no human remains have been found, but cadaver dogs again today gave slight indications that something could be in that car.
In one of the wealthiest towns in America, a suspicious scene is still unfolding.
It looks like a Netflix video or a series.
On Thursday, landscapers working at an Atherton mansion discovered a car that was buried in the backyard of a home on Stockbridge Avenue.
The vehicle was possibly buried sometime in the 1990s and was buried approximately 4 to 6 feet underground.
So far, no remains have been found, although cadaver dogs brought on scene
in the 1990s and was buried approximately 4 to 6 feet underground.
So far.
All right, so this everything matches how I have it. So that shot would be like this. See how this square and then the slope part right here, and then it's right here, right off of that, and that's where I have it, right off of there. So
are found at an.
Crews have spent revealed
a suspicious scene is still unfolding.
It looks like a Netflix video or a series.
On Thursday, landscapers working at an Atherton mansion discovered a car that was buried in the backyard of a home on Stockbridge Avenue.
The vehicle was possibly buried sometime in the 1990s and was buried approximately 4 to 6 feet underground.
So far, no remains have been found, although cadaver dogs brought on scene did give slight indication something could be buried deeper down.
It could be human remains, they could be reacting to blood, they could be reacting to old bones, they could be acting...
I mean, you actually think that would be a reason to bury a... maybe, I guess. I mean, you hit somebody with a car and it kills them, and, I mean, it's a Mercedes, I guess... I mean, but you'd have to make effort to dig the hole to put the car in, right?
To human vomit.
The vehicle is a Mercedes-Benz that was reported stolen to the Palo Alto Police Department in 1992. Around the same time, police believe it was buried. The owner of the house at the time, which records show was a man named Johnny Bok-Chun Lu, has...
I wonder, how do you spell... let me see. How do you spell that guy's name?
named Johnny Bok-Chun Lu.
Johnny Bach. Oh, jeez. I don't know if I can even try. I think it's, nah, I think it's...
Record show was a man named Johnny Bok-Choon Loo.
Was it Lou? Yeah, maybe Lou.
Has since come under the spotlight, not least of all for his past, which includes arrests for crimes such as murder and insurance fraud.
He was arrested for arranging to have a yacht sunk so he could collect the insurance proceeds.
Oh. Hey, maybe he said that his Mercedes was stolen and got a payout for it.
Mr. Liu died several years ago, and the house has since changed hands several times. Police say the current owners had no idea what was underneath their backyard. San Mateo County District Attorney Steve Wagstaff says he's keeping an eye on the investigation.
When I first heard about it, I said, this sounds just so obviously like we're dealing with foul play of some sort.
The case remains open and ongoing.
Well, yeah,
both
obviously.
police and San Mateo County authorities have stressed that no criminal charges have been brought against anyone. So for now, we wait.
Here, where's this guy in here? Okay, there is Johnny Bok-Choon Loo. Alright, let's do the, let's see if he shows up in newspapers.com. I mean, if he shows up at all, you know. Well, look at that. California, here he is. This is back in October 4th, 1999, so around that time. Oh, look at there's man in hot water over plot to sink yacht. A San Mateo County man has been charged with insurance fraud, attempted grand theft, and making terrorist threats after he tried to get someone to sink his $1.2 million yacht. Johnny Bok-Choon Loo, 62, of Atherton, allegedly promised $50,000 to a Lodi resident if the person would take the boat named Norwell and sink it into the international waters beyond the Golden Gate Bridge. Instead, the person called authorities, who put the boat in dry dock. When Lou returned from a trip to China, he was told the boat had been sunk. Then he filed a claim. That makes even more sense right there. So he thought it was sunk, and then he filed a claim with the insurance company. A district attorney spokesman said authorities arrested Lou on Friday. Officials said Lou told informants that the yacht was owned by Triad, an Asian organized crime group, he said. Huh. I think this might be the more accurate, let's see, so that was October 4th. Anything else in here? October 18th. Let's see what this said. Would-be LA officer now object of global manhunt. Okay, it says right here, the thing Johnny Lou, what year was this? This is 1970. The thing Johnny Lou wanted most was to become an FBI agent. Second best would have been a job with the Los Angeles Police Department. Instead, John Bok-Choon Loo, this is him, became a killer. This is Long Beach, California. And now the 32-year-old... Man, this is crazy. Let me just check something out really quick. How old is he in this one? So he's 62 in this one, and this is 99. That's the same guy, yeah. So that's 30 years later. The other one was 1970. I just want to, I like to double-check things. Wait, hold on. They said he was 62. Right, there you go. Boom. That's him. Wow. Okay, so let's go. Let's look at this thing then. See what you get on this channel, guys? I mean, we are now digging into Johnny Bok-Choon Loo. All right, instead, John Bok-Choon Loo became a killer. And now the 32-year-old former California State College and Long Beach student and one-time Hong Kong policeman is a fugitive hunted by his former colleagues in the British Crown Colony. But I wonder, did he serve prison, or how did he... because the other incident was 29 years later. Lou, who spent 18 months in prison for killing a Long Beach State College co-ed in 1965, wow, is wanted for slaying a Westchester girl and wounding her father February 3rd. Search for Liu, which initially ranged from Honolulu to San Francisco, Chinatown, and into Baltimore, is now centered in Hong Kong. Liu has been charged in a federal fugitive warrant with unlawful flight to avoid prosecution for the gunshot slaying of 18-year-old Marcia Dwyer and the wounding of her father, Leslie, 45. We'd sure like to find out how he got out of the country. Somehow, Liu got out of the United States underground. He might have signed on a ship as a crew member. After coming to this country, Liu enrolled at State College as a police science major. He's like one of those guys that wanted to be a cop, so then he started committing crimes just to be around cops. It's just a month after his release from prison on that prior murder in 1968, and shortly after the Supreme Court decision was handed down, Liu was charged with assault with a deadly weapon in the Gervarsi case. He pleaded no contest to the charge and was placed on a year's probation. In 1969, while working as a head waiter in a Beverly Hills steakhouse, Liu applied for a job with Los Angeles Police Department. Liu was briefly enrolled at the Los Angeles Police Academy, but once a background check had been completed, he was disqualified because of the Gervasi case. The former inmate of the California Institution for Men and at Chino then got a job as a waiter in a Chinese restaurant. God, this guy just... This is crazy. Let's see. So what does it say right here? 1961. Why is he in this thing? So this is when he's about 20-something. The collision occurred 9 miles west of Idabel on Highway 70. The officer said Fizzle was driving east at a high rate of speed on the wrong side of the road when his car sideswiped the vehicle driven west by John Boktoon Liu, San Francisco, California. Without stopping, Fizzle is alleged to have continued. I mean, the guy's in the paper just way too much, you know. It's like, thanks, Jessica Schubach. We're having one of these kind of nights tonight. All right, let's see. So the guy we're talking about right now is the one who owned that house when, and I wonder how he was able to buy that. I mean, isn't there something, I mean, how did he own a mansion where he's burying Mercedes? This guy was probably always a criminal. Just, man, unreal. So there you go, everybody. There you go. So you guys ready now? We're going to switch over to Debbie Collier, all right? But we're going to need to get those super chats up for the channel because every single night we have like goals so that we can get to where we're at the end of the month. I think I'm trying to get this month where I think our record is 5,500, and I want to get to, because of the videos that I made on the Kylie Rodney case, at least there was a little bit of ad revenue that came into those. So that makes it, I'm trying to get it so we're in a different, I want it, 6,500 is the max goal, but I mean, I'm going to try to do 6,000 regardless. And we've already done, what is it, 2,500, so there you go. Johnny Boktoon Liu. Home property values are far higher than 1992. Well, not much. You know, in San Francisco, they've been in the way high for a long time. You know, we're looking at, like, this is a mansion no matter what time. This is a $10-15 million home right there. I guarantee it. And especially in the San Francisco area. Thanks, Tony Lee. Oh, thank you to TTJO on PayPal there. Thank you. Yeah, so we got some stuff to try to figure out in the Debbie Collier case. Yeah. That doesn't even make any sense, Chrissy. Gotta reword it, work on it a little bit. Thank you, Brian Hunterman. Appreciate it. All right, let me get to the Collier. I'm gonna end up having to time LMM out about 10 times during this because she doesn't listen to what anybody's saying. She just keeps saying the same thing over and over again. So hopefully tonight will be different, but if not, it'll just be timeout, 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 timeout city. All right, so hey, the first thing I'm going to show you guys is, I mean, most of you are already aware of the basic information in the Debbie Collier case, where on I think it's September 9th, she had lunch with her daughter and apparently her boyfriend, Amanda, the daughter's boyfriend. And then she had dinner with Amanda that same evening, or Debbie. So the daughter had dinner and lunch with her. But at lunch, apparently, the boyfriend was there, I guess. I mean, that's what people say. The articles have said it. So then then in the evening, there was an argument outside the home, and it was a younger woman. You know, was that Amanda? We don't know, right? Law enforcement might know because maybe they could pinpoint her phone in that same general area at that time. And let's see. Then the next morning. So I guess we could just stay at that same night. So that same night at 9 o'clock, when Steve, the husband, went to bed, she was there at the home. Debbie was. And there's really, I mean, all that stuff it used to be meaningful when we didn't know that there was surveillance footage of her somewhere. Then the next morning when he got up to go to work, when he left at 9 in the morning, he didn't go in to say goodbye or anything. He just noticed that her vehicle was outside and they sleep in different rooms because he snores. So he leaves at 9. Then at 11:50, a phone call comes in from Amanda to Debbie on her phone, and we don't know if that's what led her to leave the home or not, or just if she was going to meet her. I mean, she does go to apparently a Chick-fil-A here in I can't remember the name of this little town here. It's not too far out of town. Where is it? What's the name of this little town? Hold on. Commerce, that's right. So it was in Commerce. And after she goes to there, she heads up north again. And then after that, there's a ping at 217 at Tallulah Falls area right here. Now, there's people out there that were trying to figure out where it was, and they thought it was over, you know, like various areas, but I found the exact spot where the vehicle was. And I said that, Dee Dee. Yeah, I said it already. Just try to listen for another 10 seconds. And then right here, we've got, hey, thanks, Renergy. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So check this out. I'm going to turn off the little lines that I put in there. And it's really bugging me a lot because when you're down on Street View here, and you look at their picture that they gave us,
Love you, Grace.
I'll show you what was bothersome the whole time. Let me show you what was bothersome. Oh, you're in the middle finger? Okay, good. So you're in the new country. I'm just kidding. You're in the normal, the mitten part. Right at the top, I see. Is that why you guys talking about it? That's pretty funny. I'm in the mitten. I'm in the thumb. Well, I'm in the middle finger. Well, I'm in the index. Oh, I live in the little pinky, the rich area. All right. So when you look at this image right here, this is the one that they sent to, if you're on their mailing list, they sent this. And if you look over here, you notice how you don't see the curb at all? I mean, you see almost like grass kind of just slowly easing into the pavement, right? Well, when you look at this, you don't see that at all. I mean, it doesn't look like that whatsoever. And those are things that I look for, right? So you're looking at this and you just don't see, but I did notice that right here, it looks like the road curves, but there's a much steeper curve. So I thought, okay, that's got to be right there. But when you look at that, you see how there's an actual curb there, right? And then when you look at this, there isn't one. There's just grass that kind of goes in, but it could just be that it was overgrown. Interestingly, this street view here is from June, right? And this is from September. So maybe 3 months later, the grass kind of grew in. And I was looking at that just going, oh, wow. So I could never really figure out exactly where this was. I mean, I was just really struggling. But then I thought, let me try one of my older techniques. And guess what I was using for the technique? Come on, everybody, throw it out there. See if anybody can predict. I'll give you 10 seconds. I'll send a notebook, and if in 10 seconds somebody guesses. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Not one of you got it right. That might have worked. Yeah, but that might have worked, but that's not what I did. I was literally just looking at, let me show you. So I do have the right spot. Let me show you that. See see this white line right there? And the design of the worn part. Well, since it was only 3 months later, I thought there was a good chance that that would still be the same. And now watch this. I'm gonna go up in the air because I actually have the boom spot. It's pretty crazy when you see it. So just a second. Look at that. Right there. Boom. 2. Bing. Every single element. Even that little dart. Look at right up there. There's a line there. And there's one right there. This part right there is right there. This one is right here. This one's right there. And then a little squiggly that goes to the end. That's it, man. And that's what I'm talking about. Boom. You know what I'm saying? So tell me if there's anybody else out there that would be looking at the designs on the white dividing line to figure it out. But that is the right spot, regardless of the crazy grass that grew onto the road. Yeah, so there you go. I mean, it's pretty weird, right? I mean, maybe we turn around and look at it from this side, you probably even see it better, even though, although it's backwards. But see, you just have to flip it around. But right over here is this part. Forget it. But anyway, you could see it the way I had it. Right there. So now we know exactly where that was. It was right here, and I guess from there we might be able to deduce, they said it was 83 feet on that image from where the camera is. So let's just go up in the air. I got it right there. Let's just see what happens if we go 83 feet backwards and see if we can find the camera hidden somewhere. Well, I'm already way past that, so the camera is apparently right there-ish. I bet it's on this pole right here. It's probably hidden. They don't want people to see it. I mean, that pole definitely is right on that line. And that's almost the exact angle. I mean, it has to be. Right? Here, look. See, it's up into the right of the back of the vehicle there. And that's where that would be, right up in there. That's got to be it. I just can't see the actual camera. But that's right on the 83 feet mark. And it could be, maybe it's, well, I don't know, something like right there, but don't know where it is. But anyways, we did find the spot. There's no doubt that that is the location, and it's also right where they said it might be. It's in between where there's a lights there for school and another light system over here for school. And here's the school that they were talking about, and here's the car going around the turn. And so we have that spot. I don't know, Brian. Jeez. Just looks like tires. No, you're looking at it because the light's hitting that. But the darkness goes over here, and then it comes around. So, no, it's not. But to be honest, if I don't have a gauge, I can't go out and tell. But yeah, it just looks that way because the sun's hitting it, and the light makes it look like there's a bend there, but it actually continues around. Oh, God. Hey, Janice, I found the right spot, okay? You sound like a troll, you know? Yeah, it's 100% the right spot. Sorry for your confusion, though, all right? Sorry for your confusion. All right, let's see. There's no chance, unless you think somebody else went out and scraped one of those white lines to match a future photo that's going to come out. I mean, you sound like a lunatic, okay? Okay, so what are we going to do next? I think I made a version of the press conference that we already have watched, but it has little notes that maybe we can stop and talk about those parts. And then there is some new, little bits of information. In one of the articles that, let me pull out the... This article right here, in this article at one point, it mentions and this is by the Northeast Georgian. I actually purchased a membership there. Probably won't stay the whole time, but they mentioned some stuff in those. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of theirs, and they probably have a little bit more local information. Wow. Gulliver purchased 10 memberships for you guys. Just don't forget to stay a member after it runs out. I don't know what. I'm gonna put one more in there.
She's editor of the paper, Toronto. When we still had that. Which is the head of that reading at the time. Yeah.
See, in this one I put notes around. So see at the bottom I have things that pop up on there. So we'll listen to this again. We're sort of reset where they were back. I think this is around the 6th, or I don't know what day was that. And it might have been September. Well, they said September 30th, but I don't think that's when that was. Pretty sure that was around the 9th or so. Feels like it, anyways. All right, so let's just watch this, listen to it, and just try to really listen to what they're saying. Then there's some new information that talks about how it doesn't seem like the family members are who they're focused on. Now, there's Facebook group people out there that when they read that, they go, oh, that's a load of crap. You know, they're going to... Right, because you have this story that you built up in your mind. I don't know what the answer is in this case. I'm just trying to figure out which answer seems the most reasonable given the facts that we do have in the case. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Right? So at this point, to me, it seems most likely that she met some person out there, like, you know, apparently she's cheated before, and maybe she's meeting somebody online, and she meets somebody out there, and it actually makes more sense to me. The crime scene is very disorganized and really kind of all over the place. It doesn't seem like something that was planned out. So for me, it seems like at the crime scene, almost like there was a fire built, then something really awful happened, and maybe a fire wasn't able to be put out, and the person just tried to cover it all up. They're like, oh my God, because let's say the person is married or something, and they don't want their name out there either. So they, instead of coming forward, you know, because now the person that he would cheat with is dead, and then now his wife's probably going to leave him. So they might have panicked and tried to cover it up down there with the materials that they did have. Okay, so that's kind of, I mean, that actually makes sense to me. All right. I know it doesn't make sense to people who want it to be some huge conspiracy and murders and involving the daughter and everything like that. Are we still in the high mode? I mean, nobody has... Are you guys even listening to the show? It's like 18 highs in a row to one person. Jesus.
Good morning. On behalf of Sheriff Joey Terrell, I want to welcome you. To begin with, I'd like to give you a brief synopsis of where we are to date on the investigation. The results of the autopsy...
Don't know how she died. It could have been something where she died accidentally at the crime scene. You know, like, I mean, she's a little older. She's not really old, but we don't know. You know, they have the answers. I mean, I guarantee if the ME has told them something and they're still focused in on murder, so the cause of death is likely consistent with, you know, there might be some soot in her lungs or something, so they're assuming that it's from the fire. I don't really know yet, okay? But hopefully soon they'll do another press conference.
Are still pending. The results regarding the analysis of the items we've submitted to the crime lab are still pending. We are now just beginning to get responses to the search warrants and the subpoenas in the case to date. We can tell you that we have received additional footage from a security camera from a business near the Family Dollar store. That additional footage shows us that Deborah Collier walked out of the Family Dollar store at 3:09, got into her van, and remained in her van in the parking lot for 10 minutes before leaving the parking lot and heading south on Georgia 15, Highway 441, US 23. This tells us that the time frame is actually narrowed a little further for this case to begin at 3:19 p.m. on Saturday, September 10th, and ending at 12:40.
Oops. Anyways, gotta go back. Oops. I thought I could play that at the same time, but I can't, so hold on.
Jason, so that we can put together facts and evidence to support a motive and also to identify a person or persons of interest. At this time, I'd like to call up lead investigator George Kaysen to assist with answering the questions that you may have. George.
First of all, I want to thank everyone for being here, being part of this. Hopefully we'll be able to answer.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense, though, super mean Sadie. So yeah, people want it to be the daughter because it makes it a better story. But can you point to, is there any way that you can tell me that she physically was right there with her? Anything like that? Apparently, this is something that is in some of these other documents we'll be looking at, is Amanda came from the north, came from up a little bit north of the crime scene, north of Clayton, or just right there around Clayton, when she showed up to the crime scene to find her mom, like the vehicle there. But she was given general information, like up in this area. So she drove up there, and she probably drove right by it. See, people are thinking that it's weird that Amanda might have driven by Debbie's vehicle while heading up there and didn't notice it. Except for the fact that it's a rental car, and it probably, you know, she's worried about something, and maybe it's just not registering when you drive by it. A rental car that you don't see very often, it just didn't pop into her head. You know, it's not. I mean, that's just. I think that's just kind of human nature. Or you're not expecting to look for it in that area, and you're not even focused in on that. Maybe you're looking at a text message, whatever the hell it is. You just didn't see the car when you drove by it. And I don't know why it's hard to imagine something like that. I mean, when you're driving around, I know she's looking for a car, but is she really looking for it on the side of the road? Or is she trying to get up to the nearest town where she thinks maybe her mom is shopping or disappeared from a mall or something?
Some questions and give y'all some insight of where we're at and kind of what we're dealing with. First off, I want to start off by saying...
Yeah. So here's the thing. What Wild Mountain Time just typed in, I'm going with the theory that she met someone online and is going to meet him in person. That's what I think too. One of the articles in here does say that a tip came in, but they didn't verify it at the time of the article, that Debbie, they said that Debbie was seen at the Waffle House here after she headed south. So that's interesting. But man, okay, so now we've got a Chick-fil-A, comes out of a McDonald's parking lot, and then goes to a Waffle House right after that. So we don't know if they've ever verified the Waffle House, but it's in one of the articles. And if that's true, you know, you might have met somebody there, and then, you know, she goes, okay, I got the tarp and everything. Oh, I got this great place. We can go, and hardly anybody ever goes there. I used to do some shooting down there when I was a kid or whatever. And who knows? And maybe, you know, they take separate cars, and she followed him, and he took her on a back way to avoid cameras. But why would you want to? What would make you think to avoid cameras if you weren't planning something prior? It sounds like she was alive, right, you guys, when she went to the crime scene, right? When she went to the area, she was alive, right? Doesn't everybody agree with that? Because she grabbed a branch or an actual tree, a small tree.
And we have received a lot of questions that y'all have sent in. Some of these questions, the information that is pertaining to those questions is very sensitive information. We will try to answer them to the best that we can, but there will be information that we need to retain just for the simple fact of it being very sensitive, and we don't want our potential persons of interest to be able to get a hold of this information. Just that way it does not jeopardize the furtherance of our investigation. As far as some of these questions that were asked, I'm going to kind of go through a list of them and try to give answers as best as possible to you.
That's how she might be dressing to meet a man if it's going to be outside, right? I mean, you're going to wear high heels and, some sort of Armani suit or something to go meet somebody in the woods. You're just wearing shoes, shorts, and a blue and a red top. Yeah, you just take those things off. Boom, they're off in 2 seconds. It's not like you're in a hotel room. Oh, let me slowly take off my... I'm just saying, man. You're just going to have shorts on, shoes, and a shirt. And that's it. And no, that's not true.
One of the first questions that was asked is, can you confirm the Venmo message from the daughter, from mom to daughter was sent to mom's phone? We're still waiting more information that we have requested to confirm or deny where the Venmo was sent from, but we can confirm that Amanda did receive the Venmo.
Well, thanks, Lisa Murphy. Yeah, I mean, what's really strange to me is I've been doing true crime live stream way longer than any of the other people that are doing it right now. But they get more attention and more people going, yay, and they just show up because they do this. They'll entertain sensationalism. And they talk about it. And people love to do that. And I think true crime deserves better than that. Okay, so if that's what you think is more fun, this isn't going to be the place for you. But if you really want to try to figure things out in a rational way, whether you think it's rational or not, that's how I look at stuff. Okay, a lot of people go over cases.
Your common sense. You keep
no,
us
thank you.
Interested.
A lot of people they like to cover cases using their emotions. Like, how do they feel? Ooh, I don't like this lady. Therefore, that just doesn't work for me whatsoever. So,
she did receive money. That much we do know right now. Continuing on, our next question was, are you in possession of Collier's cell phone, and where was it found? Yes, we are.
Hey, listen, I'm not trying to sound like I've been in, earlier in life, like in the 90s. I've met women, and we were like, oh wow, it doesn't matter where you're at or whatever, you just disappear into the woods for a while. It's just weird how people are in here going, oh, I can't believe you would just find a tarp or, really? Come on, everybody. I know, listen, if I did a poll, that way your name isn't on it, I guarantee it would be different than if I said type of 1 if you just went in the woods with some guy and you went, right? But if I did a poll, since they're anonymous, you could vote for it, and I bet you anything it'd be a hell of a lot bigger number. Yeah, exactly, Jaded Bell. So let's just be honest here for a minute. Try to use common sense, everybody. Try to use common sense. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't even have wanted to be with somebody that would be like, oh, I need to get home. I need to be over here. And have a little spontaneity, would you?
In possession of that cell phone. We do have it in evidence, and it was located at the crime scene. The next question that was asked was, what was Collier's cause of death? And as Colonel Kogod mentioned, we are still awaiting the full report from the medical examiner's office. Once that comes in, we will absolutely update everyone on those findings. What records and data have we analyzed? Due to that being sensitive information, much as the disclaimer that I gave when I first stepped up here, we don't want to reveal any information that could possibly be a potential or potentially jeopardize our investigation where our suspects will get that information.
Man, look at you guys. You're really wanting to tell everybody that you've done that.
There was a question about Deborah's phone records. We have served multiple search warrants on multiple different cell phone carriers. We are working with them to get all pertinent data from those devices and from those carriers. So hopefully we'll be able to develop more of a timeline.
Yeah, what did you guys think of this? Let's listen to that again. Watch.
Or potentially jeopardize our investigation where our suspects will get that information. There was a question about Deborah's phone records. We have served multiple search warrants on multiple different cell phone carriers. We are working with them to get all pertinent data.
So is he speaking generally now about all the different people, or is he still talking about her? And if so, is he saying that she has multiple phones with different carriers? Oh, it's kind of a weird way, when you listen to it. Is he speaking generally?
Or potentially jeopardize our investigation where our suspects will get that information.
That's what I said.
There was a question about Deborah's phone records.
Read the comment
below the video. We have served
video.
multiple search warrants on multiple different cell phone carriers. We are working with them to get all pertinent data from those devices and from those carriers. So hopefully we'll be able to develop more of a timeline, a better timeline, and hopefully be able to find out more information about what exactly happened. Inclusion of family members, a question was related to that. Is that right now we have not ruled anyone out at this point. We have ever developing leads and are gradually having information that we have requested come in. So we're still in the process of trying to find persons or person of interest. And as that information starts to trickle in, it will actually help us develop more information for y'all to have. We're continuing to investigate Deb's activities from September 10th through to September 11th.
Well, I don't think he slipped. They just don't know. It's either, one or two people.
Which is also going back to the time.
People like to hear things in a way that are nefarious, like every time. Oh, he slipped when he said suspects. Oh, because it matches the theory that I have. I want it to be Amanda and the boyfriend so badly. So when he said suspects, I can put them both into that. Yeah.
We're gradually just getting more information in. We want to know just as much as anyone else does. And we're working, as Colonel Kogod said, we're working diligently. We've lost a lot of sleep. As such should be in this investigation. We've devoted a lot of time to this investigation. There was a question about what search warrants have been executed. As far as the search warrants that we have done, again, we cannot give that information out just for the simple fact that it may jeopardize and give the information out to possible potential persons of interest. And we don't want to basically show our hand before we have facts.
Yeah, people say that they don't want it to be like Super Mean Sadie's thing. I don't want it to be anyone, personally. Yeah, right, but here's the thing. You've developed a theory and a story and an imagination of who you think it is, so that you're viewing things in a way that support your theory, okay? So when people present a more rational theory based on the information, you can't just ho-hum it, right? Like, okay, because nobody can come up with a good reason and come up with what the mechanism is to put Amanda and the boyfriend in there. Right, but every time I say confirmation bias, people don't know what it means, so I just explain it instead of saying the word. Yeah, so there's better theories out there. For example, if you remove the significance of the Venmo message, I've been trying to avoid saying that. When you remove it, it opens the door up for other things where that one element is the red herring in the case to me is Amanda's reaction to it. But like as we discussed last night, what are the odds that her having an accidental reaction to something and being so nervous about her mom, and then she ends up actually dying? I mean, so that is weird if that was an accident. Like, it's very crazy. But also, if you were going to write a message to make it seem scary, wouldn't you say, I've been kidnapped, I love you, and I'll do... Instead, it's, they are not going to let me go. I mean, it's just so innocuous. It's just nothing.
And as Colonel Kogod said, then a couple other questions that were kind of obtained as far as Deborah's timeline.
Right. See, that's what I mean. You want it to be her because that's your theory, Super Mean Sadie. So it doesn't matter what anybody presents to you, you're going to find a way to spin out of it.
Have obtained additional footage from the parking lot, as he described, where she is in her 2022 Chrysler Pacifica van in the parking lot of the Family Dollar, which is obviously joined by other businesses. We've obtained additional footage and found that she stayed in that parking lot an additional 10 minutes. From that 10 minutes at 3:19 p.m., she leaves the parking lot and begins to head southbound on Georgia 15th, which is the main highway, the 4-lane highway that connects Raven County to Habersham. She starts traveling southbound towards Tallulah Falls, which is just inside Habersham County. We are still in the process.
And so that's where you might put in the, she stopped at the Waffle House.
We're trying to obtain videos from other locations and other businesses along that route, and we encourage any business along that route that might have cameras, please reach out to us. Look through your video cameras and reach out to us. That way we can have a meeting with you and see if we can.
Chewbacca.
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
I'm allergic to red herrings. No fish.
No fish. Yeah, I like fish. I like sushi. I like spicy salmon rolls. I like salmon by itself on the rice. You know, just, I'm not sure what it's called. California rolls everybody starts with. But yeah, the one thing I didn't ever like was, I think it's called uni or something, like sea urchin. That is not good. Sea urchin tastes just like a tide pool smells. Okay. Yeah.
Kind of even narrow down our timeline even more. And as far as the timeline, the last time we know that she was alive was at 3:19.
Well, hey, guess what, Amber? I don't swim where I'm food. Right? Like in the ocean.
We can have a meeting with you and see if we can kind of even narrow down our timeline even more. And as far as
Shrimp
the
is a
timeline,
cop-out,
the last time
though.
we know that she was alive was at 3:19. Because we see her in that vehicle.
Yeah, so when they say the last time we know that she was alive, it was at 3:19. I don't agree with that. I think you can actually add 20 minutes onto there because they think she was alive when she was grabbing onto the tree, right? Well, it takes like 20 minutes to get down there. And if they just sprinted down there another 5, right? I don't think you can say the last time we know she was alive was at 3:19. Because they know that she was alive when she grabbed she's grabbing onto the tree, right? So that means necessarily she's alive for a minimum of 20 more minutes.
Leaving the parking lot, heading southbound on Georgia 15. There was a question about
3:17.
our thoughts of this.
We've already gone over the Venmo. It's when she backs out, pulls forward. Here, let me find it. What the hell is it? Store, entering store, da da da. Right, here we go. Okay, so here it is. It's about to pull out here, and we got the clock up in the upper right, and right now it's 3:14, but I'm moving it really fast. I'm like 1,000 times the speed. And then pretty soon, then I slow it down right as she starts backing out. And right now it's 3:16 and 52, 53, 54, 55. And there it is, backing out right there. Well, we don't know if that's what he was saying, Angel. I'm just saying, hey, Angel unaware. I was called that. Anyways, look at right here, even though 90% of you don't think so. Anyways, so she just pulled in right there. And right about this time is the Venmo being sent. So a lot of people go, oh, she pulled over because somebody else sent the Venmo and she's just reading it. Let's do a poll here. Someone else sent Venmo and she is just reading it. Okay? That's what a lot of people think. And I'm going to do a poll here. You got to answer it. And for another time tonight, tonight's one of those slow nights. It sounds like this. So if you guys would like to help support the channel to allow me to keep doing the stuff that we're doing on a nightly basis, that'd be awesome. And know that a large portion of that same money, I try to find a way to donate over 50% of the net revenue to true crime related charities, and we've already done $2,500 this month so far, looking to do another $3,500. The last night of the month we have a donation night, and that's when we send in. So if you go back in time and go watch the last day of every month, you'll see that that's what we do, and I show everything on the screen so there's nobody goes, oh, you're tricking everybody, great, because you actually literally have to do that or you get the troll channels out there. You know, and any amount helps too, you guys. So people think, oh, I can't send in. But when you go to like have a coffee, I spend more time entertaining you guys doing a show than the Starbucks coffee people. Okay? You drink the coffee and you move on. All right? So think of it like that. We are just cups of coffee to be drunk and peed out. So there it is right there, 3:17 and 38 seconds. Okay, so most of you say no in here. That's good, I like that. I think, let me see, how did I word that? Okay. Thank you, Alley Cat. Yep, that's right. Coffee. It's so easy. Thanks, Cindy Lean. All right, here we go. So let's play this. And so right now it's 3:17:48. That means the Venmo is either being received or sent right at this moment. No, this car has nothing to do with anything. This car has nothing to do with anything. This lady has nothing to do with anything. This car, this car, this car. None of those have anything to do with anything. All right, now at 3:18 it pulls away. So she probably hit the Venmo. You know, I would imagine that it removes the seconds. It doesn't round or anything like that. So a Venmo, if you send it at 3:17 and 48 seconds, is still going to say 3:17 on it. Hey, thank you, Lane Dune. And Flounder 23. You must like sushi. Flounder are some weird ass fish. You guys ever seen those flounders where they have their heads on one side of their head on the body? Like they have the flat part, and then when they're minnows, they look normal. And then as they get older, one of the eyes drifts over to the other side and it becomes flat. I mean, it's the weirdest part of evolution I've ever seen. It's crazy. Absolutely nuts. Yeah, thanks Lane Dune and Flounder 23. Yeah, they're really ugly, but it's really kind of interesting. Yeah, they taste good. Yeah. Flounder, and then what's the other one that's even bigger? That looks like the same look. Yeah. Here, I'll show you. Let me show you this. Hold on a second. I mean, it's just a little break for a second. Yeah, so look at right here. See this weird ass looking thing? See how it's that's what they look like. Look at the eyes, but see, there's the mouth, right? But at one time, they look like this from above, and the other side is completely white. So if something on the bottom looking up probably wouldn't even see it because it would match the sky. And then this looks like the ground. But when they're babies, they swim around. I mean, if you actually look at this picture right here, that looks like a normal fish, right? Except for the fact there's an extra eye. So forget that other eye for a second and just squint your eyes. That's a normal fish. But it was weird. The other side of the fish looks totally different. And the other eye migrated over to this side and they swim sideways. I mean, it's really one of the weirdest kind of evolutionary things you could ever imagine. Look at this. It's ridiculous. You know, maybe God was drunk that day, right? Man, this is like, look at that one right here. Look at this. That's what they look like. This eye, when it was younger though, was on the other side and it swam around like a normal fish. And then as it evolved, I mean, you know, grows up, I mean, the eye starts migrating to the other side of the head. Pretty wild, right? All right. So here it goes. It's leaving at 3:18 and 11 seconds. But they are. There was a tip that she went to Waffle House, but they didn't say in the article if they verified it or not. Yeah, it is. All right, there it is. 318. It's right up there. Wait, look, there's somebody else wearing the same sort of red. Oh my God, you guys. Look at that. Was that her getting out of the car? Look at that. Look. Oh, geez. We can make a whole video on that. So the car pulls up and then there's this person in red that just shows up right there. Did she get out and then she's saying something to them? Like, hey, you keep on going there? Wouldn't that be weird if that was actually really what was that right now somebody else got into the car and drove it away and she's standing there at that corner. Oh man, oh boy. What are you talking about? No, Nomad Beads. We already know she went to Chick-fil-A. That was earlier in the day. But apparently a witness came forward and said that they think they saw her at the Waffle House just after she headed south right there. Oh, I just opened up a can of worms for the weirdos out there. Watch this. See right over here, right? I see something, and then all of a sudden there's somebody in red right there. And the car that she was in was right there. And then it pulls away and... But see, that went away too. So it was probably just like some weird pixelation, but it just happened to be at the wrong time. Oh boy, here we go, everybody. I just gave about another 20 hours of content to people. Yeah, sure. Could be break. I know it's not her, so. Hey, look at, yeah, no, I think it's the right signal light. It's pretty bright, and, you know. But yeah, it's definitely, but come on, don't ruin it for them, these walls have eyes. You just destroyed Yes, they're brake lights, okay? Or turn lights. There's something red there, pixelated. She didn't jump out of the car and then the car magically started driving on its own. We know, Janice. Man, I gotta time out. I want all of Janice's comments from the entire evening stricken, so I gotta put her on timeout. They're just nuts. Alright, what do we got here? Alright, let me get back to the... we were trying to listen to the press conference again with my notes that I put on it.
Okay. My apologies. Okay. What?
Working with multiple different cell phone providers to obtain necessary information. All we know right now, as far as the Venmo message, is that yes, it was sent to Amanda. There was a question in there as far as, do we know where the money is now? No, we don't. For the simple fact that we are still obtaining information, when it was sent, where it was sent, what device it was sent from. We're still trying to obtain that information right now.
I have a question back, going back to what you were saying about the death and why you're confident that this is a homicide. Right. Was there any signs of trauma to the body that clearly indicated that this was a homicide?
The only thing we know as of right now is the burns of the body. We're still waiting for the absolute full report from the medical examiner's office. But nonetheless, because of the burns, we're still treating this like a murder. We're trying to investigate it as such, and we won't deter from that just because we're going to treat it like that investigation to get all thorough information.
And in the statement, it says, let's see, that this was, you're clear that this was a random act of violence. Generally speaking, if I say something is a random act of violence.
Let me stop you right there. Where did that statement come from?
Because it was not a random act of violence.
Okay. My apologies. Okay. What, meaning that it was not could you be more specific? Because I don't want to put words in your mouth. What does that mean? Does that mean someone knew someone?
No, what that means at this point is there is no information. I'm sorry. There is no information or evidence to this point that shows that this was something random, that there was something that was not from somebody that she either knew or somebody who she had some association with. That's what we're seeing at this time. So based on that information, we do not believe that this is a random act of violence. We do not believe that this is the act of a serial killer. We believe that this act was deliberate and personal. Okay?
Yeah, I saw you, Ray.
Yes, sir. Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. I'm just curious if Debbie's purse was recovered at the scene.
Yes, it was. We do have that in evidence, and it was recovered from the crime scene.
Is that another purse than the one that was said to be left at her home?
That we're not aware of. We're still working.
Yeah, I mean, that one's so easily explainable, it's ridiculous. Okay, there's a few things that are out there. On the 911 call, the Steve said, "Oh man, she left her driver's license and her debit card here." But that's just him mishearing Amanda, because in the police report, Amanda said that that her mother has her driver's license and her debit card. So that's just Steve saying it wrong, not that Amanda told him that. So don't put that on Amanda. And then Amanda, Debbie probably uses multiple purses. We could do another poll in here and ask, hey, how many of you have multiple purses? And 99% of the women in here would say they have 3 minimum, all right? So there might be a purse that Debbie would use more often, like a nicer purse, but maybe when you're going outside, she might use a different purse. Okay, so there might be a purse that she's using that that Amanda isn't aware of, right? So when she says, "Oh my God, my mom's purse is here," well, because that's the one that she's seen a million times. Doesn't that sound more reasonable? Plus, we also know that the purse that was seen on the Family Dollar video was actually found at the crime scene. So there's nothing nefarious about the purse. You guys can spend all day you want trying to find some way to make it work, make it mean something, but there's nothing there. Also, the driver's license and the debit card was an error on Steve's part, mishearing what Amanda said, right? That's pretty obvious at this point because we see Debbie actually pull out a debit card, and then now it's more likely she had a driver's license just like normal people do when they drive around. I still think that her going 70 miles up there during the time her husband is at a football game, it makes it much more likely that she went up there to meet somebody. And nobody up there is going to recognize her. Right? Doesn't that make sense? And then she doesn't answer her phone anymore at a certain point too, and then it started going to voicemail.
On that, but we do know for a fact the video that was released of her being in the Family Dollar, that purse was found at the crime scene and is in evidence.
And one other question there is there anyone in that area that she is acquainted with? Is there a reason she would go up there dressed in her Bulldogs jersey on game day and drive an hour?
We're still trying to work with that. Again, like I said, as far as some of the search warrants and some of the files.
Okay, now the poll actually said that it was good to see that 72% of you do not believe somebody else sent the Venmo. Okay, now it would be great if we can get that even more, because ask yourself this: when Debbie pulls over as a result of the Venmo or it being sent by her, when she pulls over, if you're in the scenario where somebody else sent it, why would she then not answer her phone? Wouldn't she want to know why somebody's sending a Venmo from her account they weren't supposed to be doing? Wouldn't she want to know the answer to that? She's just going to turn off her phone? I don't think so.
Follow-ups that we're doing, we're trying to obtain that information to see if she has any connections. If anyone, and that's one thing too, I'm glad you asked that. If anyone does have any kind of contact, and we encourage the public as well, if anyone had contact with Deborah Collier during that time frame, as far as from September 9th all the way through September 11th, specifically around the time frame of 3/19 to Sunday when the body was found, if anyone had any contact or might have seen or talked to her, please, we encourage you to come forward and speak with us.
Investigator Kaysen, Joy Persona, Haversham. You mentioned that she headed south on Highway 115.
So she heads south. He doesn't understand what she's talking about. Because she asked, well, he figures it out later, but heading south, and then she asks whether or not it goes by one of those cameras. But then he goes, yeah, we got one, but that's when it's going north. There is no video of her car going south past that very same camera system. And that's a little weird, right? Because then it's like the camera purposely tried to avoid it because it's such a direct route, although there are back roads that take you to where she was. Although you get back on the highway for a minute,
Georgia 15, sorry.
After leaving the Family Dollar.
When I say where she was, I mean the crime scene. So let me rewind it a little bit here.
If anyone, and that's one thing too, I'm glad you asked that. If anyone does have any kind of contact, and we encourage the public as well, if anyone had contact with Deborah Collier during that time frame, as far as from September 9th all the way through September 11th, specifically around the time frame of 3/19 to Sunday when the body was found, if anyone had any contact or might have seen or talked to her, please, we encourage you to come forward and speak with us.
But one thing that is important, like I don't remember what the name of the caller was, but I thought the same thing. So the Venmo is not nefarious. Let's say it's not nefarious, but then Amanda was like, "Wow, something's going on. Something's wrong with my mom." Okay, but that means if it wasn't nefarious at all, the Venmo, then the mom should be just absolutely fine somewhere. But it turns out that her accidental misinterpretation was correct. I mean, that's weird, right? Like, that's pretty. I mean, that is something to battle through. But weird coincidences like that do happen. So we're just gonna have to wait and see what the investigation comes up with. But
investigator case in Joy Priscilla.
thanks, Linda.
You
Cosmo.
mentioned that she headed south on Highway 115.
Georgia 15, sorry.
After leaving the Family Dollar store. Did the school zone cameras in Tallulah Falls School pick up her departure?
Absolutely. And actually, I'm glad you asked that. I do have something that we're going to make readily available for y'all when we're done with this press conference. We do have in our possession, this is an actual photograph from the Tallulah Falls school cameras. She was seen traveling northbound on Georgia 15, just north of our crime scene there, which is just south of Victory Home Lane. This is a picture of her traveling northbound on Georgia 15.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's an interesting, who typed that in up there? Hold on. Oh yeah, so Uterus Power said because Amanda knew she was meeting up with somebody. Then that brings in Rebecca N's theory, in a way. So Amanda's up there, and she sent the money because that was part of it too. She's meeting somebody up there, and I mean, I see what you're saying, you know, and that would make sense then, right? So Amanda is aware. But Amanda was sort of a double agent. It was a ruse to get her mother up there, and or not really. She just knew there could be danger with the person that her mom was going to meet up there. Just knew there might be some danger, but doesn't want to come forward on that aspect of it. But knew immediately that they're not going to let me go because she knew that her mom was meeting up with some bad actors on her behalf, and they're not going to let me go. Love you, the keys. And then she's like, oh my god. And so she was aware that something bad could have happened. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I've heard worse theories than that one. Heard worse ones. And then that allows you to bring in all the elements. You could say at that point it was the Venmo was a natural Venmo that nobody else set up. And it really was Debbie letting her know that she's in trouble. But Amanda has to pretend she doesn't know the reason behind it because it's for some kind of nefarious reason that her mom needs to be meeting these people. I see what you're saying. Yeah. It gets kind of complex, though, you know, like who are these people? What evidence is there of any of these other people other than the word they? You know, but I mean, again, wouldn't the mom say, they kidnapped me. They're not going to, you know, like instead of, they are not going to let me go. It's such a waste of words, you know, there's such a.
Traveling through these cameras at 2:17 p.m. on Saturday. Once we're done with this, I will actually leave it, tape it up here on the wall, so that way anyone and everyone can come up here and get a better picture of it, because I understand it's hard to see from here. So once we're done, you can come up and get a better picture.
Did you see her coming back southbound?
We have not. We have been in coordination with Chief Elrod from the Tallulah Falls Police Department. She has spent many countless sleepless nights looking through cameras.
Chief Elrod, huh? Okay.
And that being one of the most heavily trafficked.
I tried sending her a message on Facebook. She might not reply.
Roads in northeast Georgia, especially for travel towards the North Carolina mountains, there's probably in the upwards of 150 to 160,000 cars that come through there. So they are still looking through to see if we can find her coming back south.
I got a question about the van while on the topic. So according to the original report was sent out, the van was seen by a Tallulah Falls officer sitting there on the side of the road around 5 o'clock Saturday.
I believe so.
And of course, when you all got there, the van was there on Sunday.
Correct.
Is it y'all's impression that the van was there that entire time, over from 5 o'clock till.
Well, obviously,
he misunderstood him there too.
from our timeline, we know it wasn't there the entire time.
It was.
Well, if you got here late, I'll show you guys something that was cool. The for the regular freaks that got here late. Where the hell is it? I got to put the map back in there. Where is it? Yeah, so the camera right here, we had one of those boom moment finding the location. So if you go down to Street View here and you zoom in, I don't know if that one doesn't seem to work, but if you go to this one and you zoom in and look at the design on that white stripe right there, and then you open up the, let me go back to the Debbie Collier file. No, that's not it. There we go. And right over here, I'll do the same thing I did before. I'll just make it smaller. There you go. So look at right here. That design on that white stripe matches this perfectly. There's a little bit of smudging right there. That's right there. Then you've got that, and then 2, 3, and then a little bit of squiggly there, and it's all exactly there. 100% the right spot, all right? So now you know in that picture, when you look at the picture right here, that she's driving north for sure, and just a little bit past that white mark on the ground there. So there you go. There is no doubt. So when you see people trying to go, oh, it was right here, well, say, well, Gray has the exact spot. That's what we like.
From 5 p.m. Saturday.
Now, 5 p.m. Saturday
to 11ish, 12ish when you guys got there Sunday. Did it ever leave that location?
Now that we're not aware of.
Okay.
When you said the 5 o'clock thing, I didn't know if you were talking about Friday. But
No,
as
Saturday.
far as the timeline, the only times we can establish as far as that van is there is that we're still getting trickling information. I think there was another question in here if there was any tips from the community that have helped us out. Yes, because it has helped us.
Yeah, well, he won't be commenting on my channel, Super Mean Sadie. Do you ever notice that? He doesn't comment on mine. I just make too much sense, you know. So he doesn't comment on mine. He knows that it wouldn't work either, because I could just. No, Gray, it's because you're not blasting them every 2 minutes. Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing, everybody. When you get blasted on a YouTube channel, you want to type something in, especially when it's just totally bogus, and you know for a fact, like, you know, people will make videos about me and put in stuff, and I look at it and I go, you are a lunatic. And here's how I know you're a lunatic, is because I'm me, and everything that you just said is not true. So I'm in a unique position to know that you're an idiot. Okay, so it's easy. That's the greatest part in the world, when somebody goes, oh my God, Gray, you work for the CIA. And then I go, well, that means you are dumb, because I don't work for the CIA. Oh, but that's what somebody who works for them would say. Okay, yeah, right, there you go.
From the Tallulah Falls Police Department, she has spent many countless sleepless nights looking through cameras, and that being one of the most heavily trafficked roads in North.
Why do people keep talking about this Habitat for Humanity stuff? I mean, or whatever it is. It just seems so mundane and boring, you know? Like, people just make such a big deal of that stuff. I don't know.
East Georgia, especially for travel towards the North Carolina mountains.
Oh, you think so, Janice? Well, I just think you're an idiot, all right? So get out of here, all right? Bye-bye.
There is probably in the upwards of 150 to 160,000 cars that come through there. So they are still looking through to see if we can find her coming back south.
I got a question about the animal on topic.
Yeah, what we're going to do right now is we're just going to unhide Janice. Now, Janice, Here's the thing, Janice. You know, I think you're just a troll that's here purposefully. Like you didn't come here to interact like a rational human being. You came here to troll the channel because you're perfectly aware of what we do here. We don't entertain the conspiracy theories. We don't talk about all the crazy elements that you're trying to bring up. Every single case we've talked about, instead of just looking at the rational angle, you've picked the craziest possible meaning of what could be said. So after a while, it just gets really tiresome, okay? This obviously isn't the channel for you if that's what you want to do. No, that's because every one of your comments, Janice, have been nuts, okay? That's all I can tell you. You keep talking about conspiracy theory stuff. Every one of them. Every single comment you've made has looked at every single case in a way that is just like dumbfounding. Oh, okay. Oh, go ahead, Janet. Janice, do what you got to do, okay? I don't even know who you are, all right? I'm sure that's not even your real last name or anything, okay? Yeah, every single thing that you've brought up. Remember early on you talked about, oh, man, what was the 911 call by the Cirigliano individual? Give me a break. And Janice, why did you stay here, though? I went through and I explained to you what we do on this channel, and yet you continue to peddle your conspiracy theories. How come? Can I ask you that? Every single one. You started talking about how the Seventh-day Adventist, oh, I bet that is what it is. Ooh. I don't care, Janice. I don't care. Do you understand? God. Oh, that makes you... It's just ludicrous, okay? I've done nothing wrong here. You're still sitting here. You can say what you want, but I'm going to say back to you what I want to say, okay? So everybody on this channel listening right now, here's the truth. I respect everybody's right to have an opinion. You can say whatever the hell you want to say. However, I don't have to respect your opinion itself, okay? And when you do the conspiracy stuff, I don't respect the opinion, and I'll say I don't respect the opinion. That's what I do. I mean, is there something wrong with that? Like if a pedophile, oh, you have to respect everybody's opinion. So a pedophile comes up and tries to tell you what they like, you're supposed to go, oh, I really respect your, really? Yeah, but no, I'm not making it up, Janice. You seem to be, what's weird about you, Janice, is you're drawing attention to yourself. Okay, you seem to want to, like, deflect the entire show to yourself. Is there a reason for that, or? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was just purely, you were saying stuff about, like, the 911 call that the Ciriglianos made. You kept talking about, oh, wow, what if it's real? What is he saying? Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, Janice. All right, well, go do your own thing somewhere else, all right? Thank you. All right. Let's see.
So according to the original report was sent out, the van was seen by Cholula Falls officers sitting there on the side of the road around 5 o'clock Saturday.
I believe so.
And of course, when you all got there, the van was there on Sunday.
Correct. You know what I love right now is when the trolls come out and they all chime in, and I just can block them really quick. It's great. It just allows me to block more and more people. I just don't have time for it. Okay?
You all's impression that the van was there that entire time, over from 5 o'clock till...
Well, obviously, from our timeline, we know it wasn't there the entire time.
It was not there?
So,
from 5 p.m. Saturday...
Now, 5 p.m. Saturday?
To 11-ish, 12-ish, when you guys got there Sunday, did it ever leave that location?
Now, that we're not aware of.
Okay.
When you said the 5 o'clock thing, I didn't know if you were talking about Friday, but
no, Saturday.
As far as the timeline, the only times we can establish as far as that van is there is
Yeah, nobody else needs to say anything to Janice or any of these trolls. Just let them be their whatever they want to be. Okay, but I'm telling you, I don't want to entertain conspiracy theories and way out there stuff. Okay, it's just not what I do. There are plenty of YouTube channels out there that love that stuff. They'll talk about it for hours and entertain the living crap out of you, okay? But I'm here to try to figure something out, not listen to absolute nonsense, okay?
That we're still getting trickling information. I think there was another question in here, if there was any tips from the community that have helped us out. Yes, because it has helped us narrow down timelines. We're still following up to see if we can actually get confirmation of this van being there at certain times. But as of right now, from what we know, that van was there at the crime scene on Sunday is what we can confirm. Now, as far as her time getting back to the crime scene, we cannot confirm that. We're still working on leads and trying to confirm that information.
During the time that she...
I will be honest. I would love the extra clicks and views if to do the crazy conspiracy nut job theories. People love it. People love it.
You say she was sitting in the parking lot outside Family Dollar. She left at 3:19. At 3:17 is when...
What's the annoying sound, Alibaba? Maybe that's in your mind. Doesn't seem to be any sounds.
And this Venmo message.
Right.
And here's the thing. If I want to, if somebody sends in a super chat and I want their name on the screen and it reads their comment, I'm going to do it if I feel like it, okay? At least we constantly keep covering cases here, unless we're interrupted by the trolls, okay? It's just what I'm going to do. I really don't care if you don't like it, okay? So just realize this. When you complain and whine, it's not going to happen. Nothing's going to be fixed. Nothing's going to change. I'm going to keep doing the show the same way that I always do it. I deploy humor in it. I discuss cases in a factual way and try to figure things out. If you don't like it, don't watch the damn show, okay?
That's great, you're so mean.
Well, guess what? I got thrown into prison for all of that crap that we just did, all right? And I'm going to sit in this prison for a long time. We're not going to get back to the audio. We got some other documents to go through. It's just the way it is. Hey, there's an annoying sound. Thank you. Oh my God, who did that annoying sound? Thanks for joining, Obscene Francine. I like that name. That's a good one. Obscene Francine. Oh boy, we're -5 already with Billy Juliana, and thanks Jenny Jean.
Annoying sound for you.
That's right, over and over and over again. Yep, -5. We're in here a long time.
No bail.
I can tell by the way. Oh, look at Alley Cake got me some ramen. Now, does that count as bail or just a month's supply of top ramen? I think we're still at -5 with that one. That was purely for the food. Hey, welcome, Roxanne Polk. Okay, now Annabelle Stealth got us to -3. Gray's in the shits. That's right. That's right. Oh, there's some... okay, now we're at +7. That should get us out the door for a little bit. I think. Is that enough to pay the guard and get out to the vehicle? Oh, there we go. Alley Cake. And then Janellison helped out. You think I need an apple, Janellison? I think I'm fine. I actually feel pretty good. I just hate, the trolls. And I don't like having to feel bad for not allowing conspiracy stuff Hey, thank you, Jiggy England,
Chewbacca?
Annabella Roma.
I'll do Chewbacca.
Wow, look
if
at you
want
guys.
me to.
Thank
Bail
you,
money.
Annabella Roma. Case cracked. Don't be so mean. Jiggy England, I need you out so I can hear the rest of the story. Okay, yeah. Chewbacca.
Chewbacca?
That's a real thing right there.
Chewbacca if you want me to.
I need you out so I can hear the rest of the story.
I'll bring you a harmonica.
I'll bring you a harmonica.
Hey, thanks, Obscene Francine. Alright, anyways, thank you guys for supporting the channel. And, having some humor here. We got some crazy people tonight. Yeah, it's always me, right?
Don't be so mean.
Alright, Janice, you're unhidden now. So just try to join in and participate rationally in the conversation. Okay, good. Hey, thanks, Gulliver. Bail! Man, I got a hotel now. This is good stuff. Alright, let me get out of here. Oh, I guess it quit playing whatever that one was. So, Gulliver did bail. And thank you to Obscene Francine. Alright, where is this? Okay.
So according to the original report was sent out, the van was seen by a Cholula Falls officer sitting there on the side of the road around 5 o'clock Saturday.
I believe so.
And of course, when you all got there, the van was there on Sunday.
Correct.
Is it y'all's impression that the van was there that entire time, over from 5 o'clock till?
Well, obviously, from our timeline, we know it wasn't there the entire time.
It was not there?
So,
from 5 p.m. Saturday.
No, nothing about your part was funny at all, Janice. So you're trying to keep drawing attention to yourself. It's just weird. Just join in on the conversation and think through things rationally and you'll be just fine, okay? Thank you. But who determines if it's rational, Gray? Well, you'll know it when you hear it.
Saturday.
Now, 5 p.m. Saturday?
To 11-ish, 12-ish when you guys got there Sunday.
Thank you, Adniram.
Did it ever leave that location?
Now, that we're not aware of.
Yeah, it's amazing on here, Jaded Bell. See, on this channel, the freaks take care of me, and they're very generous, and allows me to make an income doing a show on this channel. But at the same time, I think I, as a channel holder, am generous. They always go, well, you're generous with somebody else's money. No, it's my money. Like, the people that support my channel send in super chats to support my channel. But then at the end of the month, I donate over 50% of the net revenue from YouTube to charities. Okay, and that's what we do here. And that's why we are at $103,000 to charities and a DNA fund since January 2020. So that's something to be proud of. I wish more channels would do that. I mean, have you guys ever been onto some of these channels where the super chats look like it's a like a slot machine, just bing, ding, 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 ding. It just never ends. But you never see them do anything. They just build their homes and have this nice stuff going on, So I'm just saying, ours is all documented too. Every single one. You can go back 3 years and watch every last day of the month, and it's always the same. Everything's shown on the screen. Now, one thing that is different now, when we used to send our money to Intermountain Forensics, which is for the DNA fund. We used to send that via, I think it was PayPal, but there was a 6% fee. I was like, it was ludicrous. Like if you send in $20,000 in a year, that's $1,200 straight to some fee, right?
For my coffee.
So now we send it. I just send a direct check right out of my account. Then they send us an Excel spreadsheet with the numbers. And not your average chick said, "For my Gray, you're so much better than coffee." Oh, there you go. Well, thank you. All right. Okay, so back to this now. We're all back on track.
When you said the 5 o'clock thing, I didn't know if you were talking about Friday, but as far as the timeline, the only times we can establish as far as that van is there is that we're still getting trickling information. I think there was another question in here.
Oh, wait, but one last thing. But don't make any, there's no mistake being made here. I wouldn't be able to do what I do, obviously, without all the freaks, because there is no ad revenue on here. You guys make this all happen, and I do the show, and you guys support the show, and then we all as a group make this happen. Okay? That's what we're doing.
If there was any tips from the community that have helped us out, yes, because it has helped us narrow down timelines. We're still following up to see if we can actually get confirmation of this van being there at certain times. But as of right now, from what we know, that van was there at the crime scene on Sunday is what we can confirm. Now, as far as her time getting back to the crime scene, we cannot confirm that. We're still working on leads and trying to confirm that information.
During the time that you say she was sitting in the parking lot outside Family Dollar, she left at 3:19. At 3:17 is when this Venmo message was sent. And earlier you mentioned you're still trying to determine what device that was sent from. Does that mean that you all do not yet know if she in fact sent that message herself?
Well, as the investigation goes on, I mean, we're doing a lot of search warrants to try to obtain any information that we possibly can. And as we know, as far as with the digital information and all the digital electronic devices we have these days, you can access accounts from many different devices, which is why we're going through the extent of being able to determine what device that Venmo was sent from.
And her daughter received that payment at 3:17. She said in the Athens Clark County Police Department report, when she reported her mother missing, that it worried her. She tried to call her mom on her cell phone. But two things. One, she had said that her mother only took her debit card and car keys. She didn't mention a purse. She didn't mention a cell phone. Also,
right, that's because she thought it was the other purse, and the cell phone, it's just not going to really pop in your head. I think that was obvious, right? I mean, because the mom sent the Venmo, she didn't need to tell people that she took her cell phone, right? Does that make sense, everybody? Like, why do you need to mention the cell phone, in her mind? I mean, it's obvious, since she thinks that her mom sent the Venmo with, guess what, her cell phone.
That it took her 3 hours, according to the timeline in the missing person report, from 3:17 to 6:01 before she actually reported her mother missing. Have you all looked into?
Well, I got to pause again. See, Janice is trying to disrupt the show at this point. Okay, and they did this all intentionally tonight. I guarantee it. All right. And the thing is, let me ask you something. Is it being a bully when somebody keeps making conspiratorial comments throughout an entire evening, and you just say, "Can you stop those comments? Can you stop those comments?" And you block the comments because you just don't want them on your show. And at least you're still here and you're still around, right? Bullying, it's a totally different thing. Okay, you're creating your own drama here. If you quit commenting to all the people out here in your negative way that you're doing it, and quit bashing the channel and just start talking about the cases and think through what we're doing here, you'll probably have a good time. But it's just not gonna. It's not the reason for you that it seems like bullying is because I've left you here for the entire show. Normally, I just block people who make those crazy, outlandish, conspiratorial comments right off the bat. I just block them immediately. All right, but you're not doing that. You continually just kept making them over and over and over and over again, even when I explained what we do over here. God, unbelievable.
Why there was a delay?
Yes, we have looked in, and again, we're still waiting for more information to come back. Again, with the search warrants that we've done, we're trying to develop those timelines and get confirmations of where these people were at, or anyone that was close to Deborah at the time. We're just trying to develop and get that information and get factual information, so that way we can actually start putting a basis to this.
Investigator, on the original incident report, there's a check mark about drug use. Was there any reason?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Colonel Coe go.
I can answer that. So, patrol deputies, when they respond to scenes like this, and they don't know exactly what they have, they normally mark whatever may be applicable. In this case, because it was so questionable and there were so many unknowns when we got to the scene, they marked it as a possibility that it could be drug related. However, at this time, the investigation is not leading us in that direction.
Is that another example why there may not be an obvious trauma, like someone shot, stabbed, or, you know?
Could be, but again, it's so preliminary in the investigation that we really can't make that determination.
Jaded Bell.
We just do not believe, based on what we have at this time, that this is drug related.
The tip that Amanda Bearden was at Family Dollar, did that come from her? Did it come from somewhere else?
Well, hey, Heather B. Sorry for the distractions in here tonight, though. It's just kind of, I'm not sure what happened. I think it's the weekend. People just show up out of the woodwork. Welcome, Jaded Bell, and thank you. Yeah, I've been communicating with Grizzly, you know, on the emails and stuff about, you know, like if I get some files, I'll send them to her and so forth.
And what is the significance of her not being at that location that Saturday?
I'll try to answer that as best as well. So the tip, as far as her being at the Family Dollar, came from an initial interview to where she was talking about her and her mother going to Family Dollar to buy cleaning supplies to help clean up her, you know, her apartment when she got back to Georgia.
Yeah, but obviously the things that she... Oh, sorry. Well, thank you. Just heard of you from Grizzly True Crime. It's my first time watching. Happy to support. It's an enjoyable show and some worthy causes. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I think we have different... Like, I'm not in the Amanda and Andrew camp. Okay, but like when I'm messaging her, I'm saying, hey, you might want to look at it like this, you know, because here's the thing is, this is a comment that was just made by one of a news outlet. It says, so a question now before law enforcement, if the family will be attendance tomorrow, so today there was a memorial service, does that imply, since the family's going to be there, that the family members are no longer the focus of the murder investigation? When asked that question, one ranking member of the Habersham Sheriff's Office told WCHM news director Nora Almazan that would be a good assumption. I mean, that's pretty interesting, right? Like, I mean, that does make it seem like they are not, you know, they're now not focused on the family members. Now, people go, well, Andrew is not a family. Well, you know, he's kind of a little bit one because he's, you know, the boyfriend of Amanda, you know, so I don't think he's a suspect. You know, I wish I could jump on board with that whole thing. At first I really thought all that, but I don't know. I don't know. God, it's just it's a mind-boggling case. You just got off to a rewind bus, Dan. Good. That way you can avoid the crazy conversation that was going on. Anyways, I find that to be interesting, and that was after. See, one night what we decided to do was take Venmo out of the situation and came up with a theory that sounds pretty rational, that Debbie was probably seeing some other person. Things make sense regarding that. She'd cheated on her husband before, other husbands. She always went, quote, shopping on, you know, the weekends or whatever. And at this time, Steve is working at a football game. He probably won't even be home till 4:35, whatever. Maybe he's gonna have a couple beers. Who the hell knows, right? And then she's all the way up in 70 miles from home while her husband's working and going to a Family Dollar store for no reason at all other than the fact that it's in an area where, and the reason she's going to the Family Dollar is to buy items for being outside in the rain. Right? Doesn't that make sense? And She's even bought some like fuel for a fire, a lighter, and paper towels. Now the paper towels could be used for something else, but she bought a lighter, right? So she has those items, and let's say she went up there to meet somebody, and they're like, "Hey, I got this spot." Maybe they went to the spot first. Like they pull in and go, it's going to rain. How about I'll set up the area? It's just going to be down here. Just, when you get around this area, give me a text or something. So she drives up, but can you go get a tarp? And this makes sense, right? So then she drives up to the Family Dollar to get the tarp and the poncho and the rolls of paper towels, the lighter, and the red tote bag to actually carry all those items. Oh, and it matches my jersey, right? So then she shows up back up on the scene. She goes down there, and let's say they start doing whatever they're going to be doing, and then something tragic happens. I mean, whether she just catches on fire or like there's this fire underneath the stump in the carved out area. Does anybody think that that's where the fire was built and she was going to be stuffed in there? Or doesn't it make more sense that a fire was built there because it was drizzling a little bit and it's protected and you could just sit there and enjoy the fire or whatever? And then something tragic happens in there, and this other person who probably has a wife somewhere maybe doesn't want his name associated, because if he came forward and said, "Oh yeah, what were you doing down there, sir?" "Well, oh shit, we were having an affair," he would lose his wife. So when it looks like she's dead, he maybe have like sped things up a little bit, put some, "Oh my God, I got to do something." He's trying to cover his DNA up and everything, so he sets a fire and it burns her, but she's still alive when he leaves, and she kind of grabs onto the branch, but she ends up dying and succumbing from the injuries after all. But then you have to go back to the Venmo not being nefarious and the crazy coincidence that Amanda thought it meant something really bad, and her mom was having something really bad happening to her, even though she misread the Venmo that wasn't nefarious. So there you go, everybody. Crazy times. There's almost nowhere to go, as we've discussed many times.
As far as anything, as far as the Family Dollar video.
Yeah, and the thing is, people say you don't believe it's a suicide. I'm not going to rule out the suicide. I did assign it way less value after talking to this very same detective right here. Because he was, it was about the fire and how there's there's an item missing, right? So he mentions in here that they were able to find almost all the items that were purchased. So maybe an item's missing, and let's say they do focus in on the fire being the reason they think it's a murder. Well, let's say whatever started that fire wasn't at the crime scene. He didn't tell me anything about the item, but that would make sense, right?
Is it?
Like, what if the lighter's not there? That means somebody else has it. But does anybody think that the crime scene sounds or even looks controlled and not messy? I mean, look at it, man. They didn't even pick up all the pieces that are down there. It just looks like it was something, oh my God. And the way she is, her feet are first down the hill. There's like underneath this tree, her feet are first, she's on her back and her head is up the hill. And she's grabbing on, almost like she slipped and fell, and the fire was raging because it was burning the things above her. So picture it like she's laying on her back, feet down the hill a little bit, and she's looking up in the air, and she's on fire because the branches around her are all singed, and she ends up dying right there. And maybe some of that redness is actually the red jersey she had on. I mean, you would think they would know the difference, though.
I don't think that actually came from her, right?
No, it come from a.
Yeah, come on up. This is Investigator Garrison. He's also one of my team leads.
So I pulled the video footage from the store and talked with everybody from the store.
So what this guy ends up saying is that that's not Amanda at the store. In fact, it was an error. People were just misinterpreting things out there. Somebody at the store who works there said, "Oh, I thought that was." They saw the news and said, "Oh, I think that was Amanda that came in here." But then when she saw the picture, she goes, "No, that was actually Debbie." So.
Based off of that, with Ms. Collier, she was there for that time period from 2:54 till 3:10. Got in her car at 3:10 till 3:20. It was asked that if Amanda was in there earlier, and Amanda.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Debbie's legs are thin, and Amanda's are, well, they're not. So.
Based off of our knowledge at this time, there was some confusion there, and the associate that worked there actually saw the mother and not the daughter. I was able to provide photos to that store clerk to confirm that, based off of what we were told, and she said, "No, I remember seeing the mother, not the daughter."
Can you speak to whether Amanda Bearden has any acquaintances or friends, family in the area?
Like investigator Kaysen said, we can't confirm that right now. I'm sure once we start getting some of these subpoenas and search warrants back on these phone records, we'll be able to give an answer on that at that time.
When was the last time Amanda told you all she saw her mom? And can you confirm a report that Debbie's husband, Steve, was working during the time of Debbie's disappearance?
All right, so what we can confirm as far as that question up there is that we know that Amanda talked on the phone with her mother on Saturday afternoon. I'll have to look back at my notes from.
See, that's what I got sent back to me. It was September 10th at 11:50. So maybe the call went another 12 or so minutes, and it went into. I mean, could have gone an hour, and it went into the afternoon time.
Actual report itself to be able to give you some kind of actual time for it, but the last time she spoke to her mom was on the phone. As far as Steve working, we have pulled video from Synovus Bank where he stated that he was working that day because of being a UGA game. He works for a private company called the Optimist Club that private contracts Synovus Bank's parking lot to park vehicles for the game day. They use that parking lot to provide parking for people coming to the game. We have.
Now, I'm just playing it again because I put the notes down there to have something to talk about, but it doesn't really seem to. I don't know. It just seems like in this press conference they say stuff that if people listen to it differently, might get a different feeling for something.
Confirmed that he was there.
I'm playing it again too because a lot of people hadn't even heard the original one. And they're just coming to the case now. So it's like, I mean, this wasn't a good place to play because I had to pause because of the trolls over and over again. So
there from, I'm making sure I get the times right.
9 to 4:06.
From 9 to 4:06. 9 a.m. to 4:06.
I mean, a way I could do it is go down like this. Let me see.
Making sure I get the times
right.
9 to 4:06. From 9 to 4:06. 9 a.m. to 4:06 p.m. on Saturday.
I'm Nora Almazan of WCHM. Do you have any reason to believe that she could have met someone there where her van was parked?
I'm going to go back to the answer as far as we're not ruling anything out. We're still trying to develop leads. We're still following up on.
Yeah, so at this time, they didn't seem like that. They were more focused on the family, I think. Let's see. I remember they did think that she was meeting somebody. Did you see? I didn't see that particularly on. Well, I saw that one comment. I didn't see the family make a comment on Twitter, Christy. I didn't see them make a particular comment. So you think they don't want it mentioned until afterwards? But when you say that, what about this comment right here, where they say, so a question. Well, I'm not going to read that part. When asked that question about, let me just read the whole thing. So a question now before law enforcement if the family will be in attendance tomorrow Does that imply that the family members are no longer the focus of the murder investigation? When asked that question, one ranking member, I think the reason they wanted that, Christy, is because it would take the focus completely off of their mother's death and their time with her, because everybody would be focusing in on, oh my God, oh wow, and they wouldn't even write stories on that. They'd be talking about the suspect that they're going to name. So I don't think it has anything. I don't think it necessarily means that it's a family member. But in this thing, it says they were asked the question: does it mean that they're no longer the focus? And a high-up official in the Habersham County Sheriff's Office said that would be a good assumption. So I think that trumps what your opinion is right there.
Tips and information. We're still awaiting information back from search warrants and subpoenas that we have sent off. One
okay.
Purchased as far as all the items that were purchased as far as from the Family Dollar that we can tell right now. Again, we're still going through the investigation, but we can confirm that the majority of those items were found on.
Okay. So that's the phrasing he used. The majority of the items purchased at the Family Dollar were found at the crime scene. Well, that's not the word all, right? And that's what we're looking for. So that means something's missing from the crime scene that she purchased.
Crime scene.
You mentioned a minute ago that Amanda had just moved back to Georgia. Where was she and when did she move back?
So this is what we can confirm. She lived in Maryland with her brother. She lived in, I think, the same apartment complex, correct?
No problem,
with her
Chris.
brother up in Maryland. City, I can't tell you what the city is because I don't have my notes and stuff in front of me, but I do know it's Maryland. She moved down here on the 8th, which would have been Thursday, September 8th, when she moved down here to Georgia. So we know that she was down.
All she bought at the Dollar General was 2 rolls of paper towels, a refuelable lighter, a poncho, a blue tarp, a small blue tarp, and a red tote bag that she put all those items in.
Here at some point on Thursday.
The poncho, when I was, the suicide angle, despite everybody thinking, oh, it's so crazy, it actually makes sense other than the fact that these people believe it's something else and believe it's something else really strongly based on something missing. Okay, so it does make sense though. A lot of people don't want it to make sense, but you could see a scenario where maybe there's carbon monoxide attempt with the paper towels and a poncho and the blue tarp. Then something went wrong, caught on fire. The paper towels were just going to be used to make the smoke and take out the oxygen, that kind of thing. And it actually makes sense. However, it's not acceptable in the true crime community because it makes it not a crime. So you can't really even talk about it rationally with people. And people go, they never do that. Nobody burns themselves. Well, they do, though. I mean, look it up. Okay? Yeah, look it up. You'd see it.
Yes, sir.
You're clear it's not a kidnapping, despite the fact of that note with the Venmo note. Well, is that something that has made things particularly murky? Because that note seems to give the impression something was going on.
I'll tell you straight up. Right here, as far as this investigation goes, it seems like once we get on track with something, like a curveball comes in out of nowhere. That's why we're staying diligent and trying to stay on top of things and following.
Yeah, see, this guy laughed. And guess what, man? What he just said there, that's how it's been the whole time.
Up with leads because we want to make sure we get facts. Specifically to give y'all. We want to make sure that we have all the information before we start pushing forward.
Did Amanda give any theory as to what was going on, why she would get that kind of message, especially now that we know that message was probably sent in that 2 to 3 minute window after her getting out of the store? Right.
She has not given any kind of insight as far as to that.
Now, they originally checked the box that said it was drug related, but then removed it.
Has been asked, and again, I'd have to go back to my notes to give you the exact statement she gave, but there's really no insight to it on who they are.
Yeah, it could be something like that, Ada. I mean, the thing is it feels like, yes, what happened to her was intentional at the end, you know, like the fire part was intentional, but what was the reason behind it, right?
And where is the sheriff in all of this? We've not heard from Sheriff Terry directly.
I'll let his second in command. This is
So, as any good leader, the sheriff delegates certain authority, certain responsibilities to other people to be performed on his behalf.
Where's the part over here? Okay, this part here, I think we missed it on the second time around.
Was a homicide.
The only thing we know as right now is the burns of the body.
So there you go. I mean, they're actually saying the only reason we think it's a homicide is the burns of the body.
We're still waiting for the absolute full report from the medical examiner's office.
See, I don't think it's as strong a conviction here as in this, anyways, as people want to say.
But nonetheless, because of the burns, we're still treating this like a murder.
Right. See, because of the burns, we're treating it as a murder. Because when you do that, you get a ton more access to subpoenas and all that kind of stuff. If it's ruled something else, then you don't get to do that. So they're treating it as a murder. And see, they're saying merely because of the burns, we're treating it as a murder.
We're trying to investigate it as such, and we won't deter from that just because we're going to treat it like that investigation.
We're going to treat it like a murder investigation.
To get all thorough information.
And in the statement, it says, let's see, that this was, you're clear that this was a random act of violence.
No, you didn't say that.
Generally speaking, if I say something is a random act of violence.
Let me stop you right there. Where did that statement come from?
Because it was not a random act of violence.
Okay.
Complete opposite.
My apologies. Okay. What, meaning that it was not could you be more specific? Because I don't want to put words in your mouth. What does that mean? Does that mean someone knew someone?
No, what that means at this point is there is no information. I'm sorry. There is no information or evidence to this point that shows that this was something random, that there was something that was not from somebody that she either knew or somebody who she had some association with. That's what we're seeing at this time. So based on that information, we do not believe that this is a random act of violence. We do not believe that this is the act of a serial killer. We believe that this act was deliberate.
Did you hear that, John Kelly?
And personal. Okay.
Yeah, I saw you, Rachel.
Yes, sir. Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. I'm just curious if Debbie's purse was recovered at the...
Okay, so anyways, I don't think that's as strong. I mean, it is. They seem pretty confident on it. But it's weird to just sort of say, oh, yeah, well, we're basing it merely because she was burned. We're going to treat it as a homicide. We're going to investigate it as a homicide because she was burned. Okay? Do you see how that's not quite as, it's more of an assumption there. Although, when I was, when you talk to him, like I just said, he mentioned there's an item missing that was purchased, and maybe that has them even more down that road. Okay, so anyways, I'm going to get off of this. I'm going to move on to something else. So let's check out the October 5th, the Northeast Georgian. I've got it right here. So this is right after that, but it says the attention to Deborah Collier's murder has spread nationally and even internationally because of the bizarre nature. I don't know why it's garnered so much attention, Sheriff Joey Terrell said Tuesday. It was blown up on social media. But it has blown up on social media. That has actually helped us because it has gotten in front of a lot of investigative sites, and we have received some good tips. But we haven't seen anything like this attention when you have people from New York calling about someone found dead in Habersham County. Terrell said there were 8 search warrants ready to be served today as investigators continue their painstaking search for answers in the case. In their news conference Friday, Habersham County Sheriff's investigators said they do not expect a quick answer to the puzzle. It will take significantly longer than the 19 days they have passed so far to solve this crime, Colonel Murray Kogod said. We've lost a lot of sleep in this investigation, and it should be, let's see, page 3. It should be investigator George Kaysen. It should be George Kaysen said. This investigation is a marathon, not a sprint. Collier was found dead on U.S. Forest Service land September 11th, partially burned and half naked, after driving from Athens to Clayton and then back to Habersham County. Oh, so that's a different. Let me hold on a second. Let me check something out here. Oh, well, there you go. I guess that's the deal, right? So right past the school there, it goes from Habersham to Rabun. I think it's Rabun County, right? Is that right? Let me try that. Yeah. So that's the other county right there. Here, let me make these. You can see them. So one's right there, and the other one's right there where the county. It switches to Rabun over here, and it's Habersham right there, right over that. Right before it goes over that river there. Does that make sense? Okay. There are still more questions than answers about how pieces fit together. Yep. As far as this investigation goes, when we think we are on track with something, another curveball comes out of nowhere. Man, isn't that the truth? Terrell said Tuesday that an image from Chick-fil-A, there you go, in Commerce, shows Collier beginning to make her way north. That just means that she's already north about 20 miles. When she goes there, you don't see her moving north on the like what was she doing at the Chick-fil-A, right? Or so Tallulah Falls school zone cameras captured an image of Collier's rented Chrysler Pacifica heading northbound on Georgia 15 towards Rabun County at 2:17 p.m. She arrived at the Family Dollar in Clayton at 2:55, purchasing several items that were found burned at the scene of her death, and left the store at 3:09 p.m. Her now infamous Venmo, but that's missing a little something. She sat in the parking lot. Maybe it does say that though. Her now infamous Venmo message containing. So she left the store at 3:09, sat in the parking lot until about 3:17, backed out, and then at 3:18 pulled away from another spot, and then left at 3:19. But she sent the 3:17 Venmo likely when she stopped at that second little stop in the parking lot. And additional footage from the parking lot shows that she left in her van, oh there you go, 3:19 p.m. She headed south on Highway 15, back towards where she was found about 13 miles away. Kaysen said officers still have not found footage of her coming back south. So that's interesting, right? But that was the direction her car went, according to additional footage obtained in the parking lot from other businesses. Terrell said one tip indicated Collier might have stopped at Waffle House in Clayton on her way south. So, I mean, that's interesting, because if you go to right here, this is where Family Dollar store is. This is the McDonald's where she drove out of. She likely went like this. So you've got that. And then just a little bit south right here is the Waffle House. So what if she did go into the Waffle House and met somebody, and then she followed that person, but that person led her down. When they got down to this area here, here is the Tallulah Falls where the cameras are located. And maybe when driving down, he led her around like this, and they come back out. Although now when you look at that loop, that's where the camera is, so that would not work anymore. The camera's right there, unless there's another camera that films the other side somewhere else. So this camera here should have picked them up if that's what they do. So right here, I mean, so that's a cool find now, because this does not work anymore. This camera here would have picked up that little bypass road. However, right here they could take a left, and she could follow them all the way down, right down into here like this, take a right, come back out on the highway right there, and then just a short little drive up here where you park the car. They go down into here. And maybe they took the side roads just to avoid being seen a little bit. You know, although you come over here and you're going to be seen again. So I don't really understand, like, if the date is just a date that you're having with somebody, I don't understand why you would need to, you're 70 miles away, why you'd have to take back roads and avoid cameras. I mean, nobody's looking at cameras for people dating. So in some ways that makes it sound like there may have been some other intentional planning there. Or they just didn't see her car. Maybe a truck was driving by right as her vehicle's behind it. You know what I mean? Like you do that on Google Earth sometimes. Sometimes you're next to a truck and you can't see anything off to the side because the vehicle that the Google Earth was using is blocked. It's following the speed of the truck. It's just like cutting. I don't know what that even means. Well, that's what I just said, Rain. I don't know. You know, what's the point of? Yeah, I just think they didn't catch it on the camera. To be honest with you, that makes way more sense to me. Unless, well, no, because here's the thing. Okay, let me do a poll question here. I hope this made sense, but all right. So here's a question right here for you guys. Was Debbie alive when her car arrived at the parking spot where her vehicle was found? Yeah, I think most people are going to say 100%, right? Because she's found all the way down there. She'd be hard to carry, first of all. Secondly, she's grabbing onto a tree at the at the crime scene. So that means she's likely alive. That's how she could grab it. I'm going to keep putting LM on timeout when she keeps making. I said I was going to have to do this because her brain doesn't work when you get to this case. She just has no ability to hear what anybody's saying or it's mind-boggling. Let's see, her hand attached to a tree limb. Right. So there's some people that are, I think they're just putting in no to be a troll at this point. I don't know. I don't really care, Christy, about stuff like that. Yeah. He sounds like he's not really a great person, so. Yeah. So how about this? Let me switch it around. So we got the answer on that one. We have 114 votes, only about 5 or 6 brain dead people out there. So we'll end the poll there. Now we'll move on to the next one. Was there originally 2 cars at the crime scene parking area? All right, there we go. So that's my next question. There we go. Gosh, Gray, why do you ask a question? If people are going to say no, you're going to be so mean. Well, I don't know who you are because polls are anonymous. Now, if you want to let us all know why you said that she was dead in the car, let me know. I think it makes more sense that she picked someone up. Okay. All right, so right now, 71% think. This one I don't have a, like a brain dead. I think at one point there was 2 people there. And the reason I think that is because how did that person get home if they left the vehicle there? They just walked down the highway? I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense. And the vehicle being there is one of the other reasons why originally it seemed like suicide was something that seemed like a possibility, because why would a killer leave Debbie's car there so that she could be found really quick? Unless her being found was part of what you wanted to happen. But in general, wouldn't you normally kill somebody and drive that vehicle away and have another person with you and then drop her car off way far away from the crime scene, and then you take your car somewhere too and nobody would be able to tell where Debbie was? Yeah, I don't know. That's beyond stupid though, Leslie. That's way beyond stupid. That's like no killers do that. And so, like, if somebody else met her there, for example, so this person, let's say there's a person she's meeting, they pulled over there, they pulled into the parking area, and then Debbie shows up, and when she gets there, they meet there, and he says, you know what, I'll go down there and I'll start the fire and everything, but it's going to rain. It didn't look like it was going to rain earlier. Do you think you can go pick us up some poncho and a tarp and maybe we're going to, paper towels, because it might be hard to set that fire because it's starting to drizzle. And then she goes, oh yeah, I'll just head up to the Family Dollar up there in Clayton. I'll be back in 40 minutes or so. And she goes up there and gets those items, comes back, and then heads on down to the party area, the 2-person show, as it were. Anyways, I know that doesn't fit the narrative that everybody wants, so yeah, I've said it for 4 days now, Stingray, so try to pay attention. All right, anyways, let me do this one right here. It says, she arrived at the Family Dollar in Clayton at 2:55 p.m., purchasing several items that were found burned at the scene or her death, and left the store at 3:09 p.m. Her now infamous Venmo message containing $2,385 was sent to her daughter, Amanda, at 3:17 p.m. And additional footage from the parking lot shows that she left in her van at 3:19 p.m. She headed south on Highway 15 back towards where she was found, about 13 miles away. Kaysen said officers still have not found footage of her coming back south, but that was the direction her car went, according to additional footage obtained in the parking lot. Terrell said one tip indicated Collier might have stopped at the Waffle House in Clayton on her way south, and investigators are checking the validity of that lead. The Waffle House is just a half-mile south of Family Dollar. Investigators said Friday they were awaiting information about what device the Venmo message was sent from. Collier's damaged cell phone was found at the scene of the murder. Investigators, the damaged cell phone's a little strange. In the accidental deaths scenario, You know, like, why would you do that? All right, let's see. The investigators said Friday that they were awaiting information about what device the Venmo message was sent from. Collier's damaged cell phone was found at the scene of the murder. Investigators confirmed Friday that they are awaiting information, although maybe not, because wouldn't you want to destroy the phone? Maybe you would delete your conversations that you had with her to meet there, because now, oh my God, there's going to be this investigation. So you delete all the comments, then you smash your phone. So I guess that still is consistent with that. Well, doesn't it seem, Stingray, like the autopsy must, the preliminary stuff that they're telling them must still point to or be consistent with a homicide? Doesn't it seem like that? I don't even know what that means. LMM. What does this mean, everybody? I have no brain cells and didn't donate equals cancel. Does anybody know what that means? Can anybody help me out with that? Yeah. Let's see. I've been stuck on the rendezvous theory since the police have her phone and couldn't see any in exchange. Yeah. Everybody wants to sort of, you know, put their rendezvous theory, try to be the one that was saying it first. Yeah. I mean, it's all murderers would break the phone. A rendezvous that didn't want to be found out would do. I mean, that's for the same reason, right? Like somebody that, you know, the death was unintentional, but they tried to cover it up by burning. You know, it was just like a sexual thing for them anyway. So they were like, oh crap, and you know, but a killer would do the exact same thing for the same reason. So. No, are you talking about the autopsy? Yeah, I think the autopsy must show that there's things that it doesn't put them on. Like they didn't rule it a suicide, right? They might have it at undetermined currently, but elements of the case are, not inconsistent. Just like the Ron Logan document. Well, the ping of his phone was not inconsistent with him being at the crime scene, except for the fact he lives right there too, right, you guys? Did you forget that part, FBI agents? That he lives right there? How soon you think? Oh, I'm hoping Monday. I'm hoping Monday they have a press conference. Yeah. Well, there's also a reason you guys got to realize why they asked Amanda if her mom had mental issues. Why do you think they asked that right away? Why were they asking that question if there wasn't things that were consistent with, quote, self-harm at that time early on? But maybe in their investigation, they later determined that an item was missing, so that put the balance of the scales in the murder section. See? Hey, Ultra Dark CEO, you didn't have to remove your comment. I'm just flipping your crap. That's like everybody's saying in there, like, oh, I thought of it when, it's like, I don't know when I think I did a show a while back, I don't know, 4 or 5 days ago or something, where we just were theorizing, and then it seemed like at the end of the show, we just kind of landed there. So obviously other people were thinking a random rendezvous prior, I'm not saying I thought of it first or anything like that. I know that most YouTube channels don't talk about that because it doesn't sell, I can tell you that. People want it to be, oh, did you see what Amanda said on the... I know all the things that make Amanda seem suspicious. Every one of those, I see them, the comments that she makes, and... Let's see. Well, what do you think, Ultra Dark CEO? What's going on here? Type in, see if you can fit in a paragraph of information of what you think. Well, boyfriend possibly then. He isn't family. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think that's sort of considered family, right? I mean... Anyways, let me keep going here. The investigators said Friday that they were awaiting information about what device the Venmo message was sent from. Collier's damaged cell phone was found at the scene of the murder, the investigators confirmed, and they are awaiting information. This is about that press conference, but there's other, the part about the Waffle House was new. Kaysen said they also found her purse at the crime scene, the one that was on the Family Dollar store video. The van was seen by a Tallulah Falls police officer at around 5 p.m. that day. But see, here's the thing. The officer did see, if the officer saw the car there at 5, and I think that is possible, but the vehicle got there perhaps a different way than going down the highway because they haven't been able to find it on any of the cameras. But that could be a red herring too. Yeah, we've said that too, Zozo, like many times. Yeah, like she moves back on the 8th and then her mom dies on the 10th. It's also coincidental that she freaks out on the Venmo, and then it's not nefarious, but the mom dies. There's like 100 things. Everything that you pick out, it's just there's another contradictory element to it. Yeah, it said there was charring, but I have a whole different document now. So hold on, let me read it to you guys. No, let me read this. Seeking suspects. The first look into many of these kinds of cases are at immediate family. Investigators have spoken with Bearden, her boyfriend, Andrew Gigerich, and her husband, Steve Collier. Kaysen said Friday that Stephen Collier whereabouts were established in the Athens between 9 a.m. and 4:06. Stephen works at Synovus Bank, where he was supervising the parking of cars for the Georgia Bulldog game. Oh, I see. There was initial confusion about Bearden's possibly being present with Collier at the Family Dollar, but investigator Cale Garrison said Bearden had mentioned going to a different Family Dollar at an earlier time with her mother to get supplies for the apartment. Yeah, that makes total sense because nothing that was purchased is supplies for an apartment unless you buy an apartment with holes in the ceiling. At 8 after, let's see, it said her mother to get supplies for an apartment, which she just moved into on September 8th. And so guess what? She moved into the apartment on September 8th. So why would the mother, in the theory that people say that the key was in the flower pot, that she's just telling her where the key to the apartment is, but they already had keys to the apartment. They were in the apartment on the 8th, so it's not like you say, hey, the keys are in the blue flower pot by the door, in case you don't have the keys that you already had that allowed you to get into the same apartment that you moved into on the 8th. Okay, you see what I'm saying? So the keys in the blue flower pot by the door are for her house, not some other house somewhere. No, Kathy, that's shot by an illegal hunter. What are you talking about? No, that's not what it is, LMM. See, LMM, here's the thing. It's not that you're disagreeing. You're not listening to me. Because you keep saying that I'm saying it's a suicide. I'm just saying there's a possibility of it, but I've gone through and said that I think she's meeting somebody. And right after I say I think she met somebody up there and things went awry and something happened, you'll say, great, it's not a suicide. I mean, it's almost like your brain didn't comprehend that I just changed it. And I've been talking about that for 3 or 4 days now. And you don't seem to listen to it. It's really kind of weird. I got to be honest with you. It's almost like you're fixated on something. Yeah, so here you go again, making your little comments in the background that you always do. Yeah, I don't understand shot by an illegal hunter thing. They've never said anything about anybody being shot whatsoever. That would have been obvious from day one. Let's see. There was initial confusion about Bearden possibly being present with Collier at the Family Dollar. Yeah, we have not ruled out anyone out at this point, Kaysen said. We're still in the process of trying to find a person or persons of interest. Oh, I think he screwed up when he said persons. One thing that has attracted a lot of attention in this case was the cryptic note that accompanied the Venmo message saying they won't let me go. Now, it doesn't say that, though. It says they are not going to let me go. It doesn't say they won't let me go. Okay. I know it's sort of similar, but, you know, they are not going to let me go is a hell of a lot longer. You know, it's like a lot of extra words that didn't need to be. They are not going to let me go. And so what I see a lot on social media is people try to remove the punctuation, but they change the words that are here. They'll say, they're not going to. And then they say, or like, they're not going. Hey, they're not going. And then they start over here and they say, let me go. Like, they're not going, let me go. You know, but you forgot the to that was in there, which means something. So I get this part, right? Like somebody wants you to say, hey, they're not going. Let me go instead. Love you, you know, that kind of thing. But it doesn't say that. It says to here. So you can't remove the to and just pretend that it's okay at that point. Like, okay, I want it to mean what I want it to mean, so let me remove the to from the wording. Why is it jail time, Bernice? I don't get it. No, I don't, LM. I have the same theories. I work through things. See, the difference between me and you, LM, is that you never change your mind, and you're right very rarely. So it's what happens is you focus in on something, and you aren't able to change your mind given the new information that comes in. Yes, I originally thought it looked most likely like a suicide, but I was like at 60-40% then. Then after talking to the detective and him telling me, you know, basically it was just about something's missing, you know, and he told us that in the press conference. I don't think it was anything new there. And it's probably the lighter, and they felt really confident. Then I switched it to like 90%, right? No, I'm not always correct, LM. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. As I work through things and try to be accurate, you don't care about being accurate. You just want to believe your one thing, and you never change your mind, okay? That's the truth, okay? So it doesn't matter what somebody says or what somebody comes up with. You've already got your tunnel vision idea, and you're going to stick with it. Yeah, so, so after that, I changed my mind to that there's something that's going on at the crime scene. And I think that she died at the crime scene. And whether it was intentional or not, of how she died, we don't know the answer to that. It could be that the person thought she was dead and then set her on fire to cover up the fact that he was there. Because can anybody think of a reason, if it's just somebody that she's dating, somebody that she's seeing, why they would want to kill her? It sort of, to me, it just seems like it's something where, you know, I'm just throwing out a possibility there. You know, it's either somebody killed her intentionally down there for some other reason that we're not aware of, or it was an accident, and the person covered it up because they didn't want their wife to find out that he was there, broke the phone so that his communications with her, and he deleted the conversations and everything, tried to cover up the fact that he was there, but it's not an actual, like a murder. And it could turn into a homicide because he could have thought she was dead and then tried to cover it up, but then she was alive. And a prosecutor would use the fact that she was grabbing the tree to definitely increase that magnitude of the charges. But the thing is their autopsy seems to be leading them still in the direction that it was a homicide, like a murder. And it seems like if it was an accidental death, they would have found something like cardiac something, or something else going on. Or if she caught on fire, you're next to this little root ball thing that they made a fire under, and she caught on fire and they just couldn't put it out or something. It's like it's just burning and burning, and that's why you see her feet down the hill. She's on her back looking up, grabbing a tree.
It's refreshing that you change your theories based on presence of new information and explain your reasoning.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, to me it's you wish, like, oh my God, you got the original theory right. But even right now, if the detectives were not certain of something, I would still be on the suicide angle. Isn't that crazy? But because they're not, I'm trying to think of alternatives out there. Yeah, right, Nana? Weren't those fun back in the day? Yeah, man, that's totally right. Yeah, you think she fell in the fire? Let's see. Well, right. I don't think it was planned at all. That's what I told everybody. There's nothing planned. The crime scene is not planned. It's like a rush job, sort of really messy looking crime scene that doesn't make a lot of sense either. She's laying on her back, feet down the hill, her head up, she's grabbing a tree. That means she was alive. The killer was rushing around trying to get the hell out of there, and they were likely still alive while she was on fire, and they ran the hell out of there. Okay, because there's flames in the trees where she was found. So let me ask that question. So the people say, was the originally 2 cars at the crime scene? And most people said yes. Okay. All right, now let's see what the 63% said yes. Let's see. Was the killing of Debbie planned? There we go. So there's this question. Go ahead and answer this one. Yeah, I'm just trying to work through different things and see which one. Look at this case is crazy as hell, right, you guys? So what I like to try to do is work through different angles based on, just which one creates less havoc in your brain when you put it together. Okay, because there's too many. This is a unique case for, I think, a lot of us, where it is it's crazy, right? Like, it's just everywhere you look there's a contradiction, and that is nuts. So the other day I was thinking, when you remove the Venmo message, it really removes a lot of the contradictions, except for the fact that Amanda freaks out. And that means if she freaks out and the Venmo message was absolutely unnefarious and Amanda just doesn't remember what the they meant in another conversation, except for the fact that Debbie does die later. It's like, she does die, so it almost gives validity to her fear, but if it was random, see what I'm saying? Like, how do you get out of these things? It's crazy. Hey, Ellen, are you just going to be a troll tonight, or what's going on with you? Because it seems like your hearing doesn't work. Something... I don't even know what you're saying, Leslie. Nobody knows what your comment is. If you think about it, maybe someone else talked to texted on her phone? Really? So there was somebody else in her vehicle with her? Is that what you're thinking? That somebody else was in the car there? Oh, what a dumb comment. Jesus. Well, they already said there was nobody in the vehicle. So listen, we're going to listen to law enforcement. But on certain things, we're just going to ignore them, right? Because you guys all want me, everything that they say, we got to go right with it. Don't know, Leslie. Don't know. Try to have a little bit better comments, though. Wow. Yeah, you said people have said that 1,000 times. I think it's worded, except the only problem is the you have to say period at the end. There's no commas or anything. Wow, it's unreal in here. It's strange case of circuit. Yeah, I mean the whole thing is crazy in here. You have all the seats up. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing is there could just be all these crazy coincidences because every coincidence then gets canceled out by another coincidence. So which one isn't the legit coincidence? You know what I mean? It's like we're almost at the battle for which coincidence is real and which isn't. It's nuts. Like everything that anybody throws out, I can have an absolutely legit. I thought the one earlier was pretty good though. The what was it? Oh hell, I can't remember now. It was a pretty good theory though. Seemed to kind of work. What was that one? Does anybody remember? Something about. Oh yeah, like she went up there for Amanda for some reason to pay, maybe even pay off a debt. And this was one of our original theories, was that it was to pay off a debt that she sent the money to Amanda, but the killer didn't want that person didn't want it to go to them because that could be traced to them. So it goes to Amanda, who then gives the money to that very same person. And sort of made some sense on that one. No, it was that there was somebody, that Debbie was meeting somebody on behalf of Amanda. And then Amanda knows why the "they aren't going to let me go" was scary because of that association, but didn't explain it in full to the police because that implicates an association of her as being the killer. So she was like, oh my God, and she knew something bad likely happened based on the wording. So, you know, I mean, it does make some sense, that theory. I didn't think it was that bad. I'm sure there's definitely something that you can knock that one out too, though. Yeah, like, yeah, she just thought maybe she's going to go pay something. And then when she said they're not going to let me go, she was like, oh my God, they're going to do something to me. And so she, like, they're not going to let me go. And then Amanda thought, oh my God, they're going to do something to my mom. So then she called the 911 and she wants the car tracked and everything. But she knows that she's looking in on the investigation because it does lead back to her in a way, because it was actually to pay off something that she owed or something. I don't know. But but if that's true, why are you buying a tarp and a poncho and all that shit? See, there you go. That's how you reverse out of that one. Yeah, but then you go, well, then why is she up there buying a blue tarp, a poncho, 2 rolls of paper towels? Like, she's ready to use those items, right? The paper towels, the and why would it be $2,385 that she owed somebody? I mean, wouldn't you know, the killer would say, "Hey, you give me $2,500 or screw it," you know, but it's $2,385. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's always, you go backwards every time. Right, so she's gonna buy the blue tarp and a poncho to meet up with the guy that she needed to send money to because she thought he was hot. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know, because I think Amanda would just be totally willing to say, she would just come forward with the truth on that one, Angela. It's not a bad one, but wouldn't she just come forward with that? There's no harm for her whatsoever, no implication. She probably just would have said that, "Oh my God, my mom was dating somebody, and I knew she was going to break it off that day, and she was just going to have one last fling because she bought the blue tarp and the poncho was going to..." Oh, yeah. Oh God, the whole thing is just... They haven't ruled anybody out. Did you hear that, LM? That means you're still on the table. It says it right here in the article. We have not ruled anyone out at this point. Yeah. You know, I actually think at this point, law enforcement knows exactly what she spent the money on. I'm sure she's come forward since... This was an early press conference. I'm sure she's come forward on that. 3 hours and 44 minutes. I hadn't even looked at the clock. Yeah, so there was these other documents, like some kind of like a call log or something with the police. So let's see if these are in order. Looks like this part's in order here. She's very upset and feels like things aren't getting done. So this is about Amanda. And then she calls again at 9:29 in reference to her missing mother. Have officer supervisor call Amanda. Narrative added, call Diane Shirley. Isn't that the aunt? I can't remember now. Tag for rental. And then Rabin County is sending a unit to check the area of the ping. So is that her phone? Because Rabin County is where the Family Dollar is. Tower location in Clayton, Georgia, based on the latitude and longitude. And there it is right there. So hold on one second. I can type that in, so hold on. 34.906722, comma, negative 83.415353. Okay, well, look at that. That's a cell tower right there. Should be, you can actually probably see it if you zoom in on it. Yep, there it is. That's looking straight, absolutely straight down on it. Normally you don't get to see that, but that looks like a 120, 120, 120 setup there. That's interesting. I wonder what that ping... Verizon trying to get a historical... Last tower signal was at 317. Oh, there it is. Oh, so there it is. That's when her phone died. There you go. That's the tower that pinged at 3:17 when she sent the... Just let me do what I want to do. God, you always do that.
Will you please map out the 2,817 Highway 441 in Clarksville mentioned in this report next?
No, I
And
won't.
Share your thoughts.
Yeah, maybe later. I'm just going to go through it in the order that I'm looking at them. I don't even know what that even means. So, yeah. So right here it says, yeah, 3490. This is where the ping came in. But look what the time right here is. 3:17, and it's 2.48 miles. So let's see what that says. That's pretty interesting. Let me do the 2.48 miles here. Oh, look at this. This is going to be right on the money. Watch this. 2.48. Save. Boom. Now watch this. So it's right on the edge of that. Like right here is where she was at 3:17. And this is where it has it. Right around the edge there. That's crazy. So I guess the Venmo is the 3:17 message. Right, you guys? So the 3:17 Venmo message is the last ping on that phone. That's pretty interesting. Wow. Okay. So that means when she didn't answer the phone, you'd think that though I mean, where did her phone ping though when Amanda tried calling her? I bet Amanda didn't try to call her immediately. I think Amanda tried calling her probably minutes later. Yeah, we've already shown those, Paula. Thanks. Verizon is trying to get a historical data. Verizon, Let me move on to the next one. Narrative added from Associated Call 7760. Narrative Paul Ben added. Narrative added. Contact made with Sirius. The account is currently not something active. Sirius will call back after checking to see if the vehicle can still be tracked. That's 11:52 in the morning. And it says tracked. Cannot be tracked on OnStar per enterprise contacting Sirius. Narrative added. Her sister Diane Collier. Diane Shirley Collier, I think. 2224 connected to that officer. The Lula Falls officer spoke with daughter to inform her the van was located. So this is at 1:56, almost 2 o'clock. They spoke with the daughter to inform her the van was located by police, but had been found way earlier than that. She stated she is in Rabin now. Spoke with the daughter to inform her the van was located by police. Well, why was she already in Rabin? See, that's where people are kind of concerned about that. But didn't she say that the satellite company got a hold of her? Did you? I gotta go now. I gotta open up the original. That's a pretty big deal right there. We gotta just check it out. So hold on a second. While on the scene awaiting for arrival, Forrester Collier's daughter Amanda Bearden arrived on the scene in a hysterical state. Bearden began screaming that the vehicle belonging to her mother. Bearden was notified by Athens Clark County PD that the vehicle was being pinged by Sirius XM and provided her with the approximate location of the latest ping. Okay, see, that's different. See, that explains that right there. So Bearden was notified by the Athens-Clarke County PD that the vehicle was being pinged by SiriusXM and provided her with an approximate location. That's different than we spoke with the daughter to inform her the van was located. Boom. Do you guys see that? That's a massive difference. So that explains why she would be up there, because she was told, based on the ping information from the satellite information, that it was up in this general area. So she is up in, she probably drove up even into this town here to see if she was up here. You know, because the general area could have been a huge area, right? And the police actually drove by and found the vehicle there. And guess what? The police found her vehicle because an officer remembered seeing it the day before at 5. That's how they found it, in the general area there. Did that make any sense to any of you guys? Were you paying attention or not? No, I just told you, KK. I gave you the answer, but you weren't paying attention. Yeah, so law enforcement, a different department called her up to tell her that the satellite pinged in the general area out there. So Amanda drives out there and she comes up and she's up into this county right here. Could have just been right in this area. And then she's called when they actually found her vehicle, and it was just back down here a little bit, right? So she drives all the way down here, and now people say, well, how come she didn't notice it when she drove by originally? Well, because it's a rental car, and maybe it just wasn't, you know, popping into her head too, because her mom, that's not the normal car that she remembers, or she just wasn't paying attention. Most people aren't really, she might not have been looking for something like that. She could have just been looking at her phone and, you know, driving and all, you know, how people do that. And you're just not really focused in on a car that's on the side of the road. She's probably thinking it's up in a town up here. Yeah. Yeah, I just explained it to you. I just explained it, the whole thing. Yeah. I just, the times aren't really as important. It's the order of which they were done. I just explained it. Right here it says, Bearden was notified by Athens-Clarke County PD that the vehicle was being pinged by SiriusXM and provided her with the approximate location of the latest ping. I mean, that could be, you know, like a large distance. And, you know, her probably not knowing about pings, just kept driving around, okay? Then right over here, where on this one it said, they spoke with the daughter at 1:56, so obviously it was before that. Spoke with the daughter to inform her the van was located by police. She stated she is in Rebin now looking for her mom. So she was looking up there for her mom because she had a general ping information. She got this call at 1:56 and then drove back down. Doesn't that make sense? I mean, people want it to have more meaning, but that makes sense to me, that she was given a... law enforcement told her that a different agency told her that her phone was pinging up in, you know, in the area somewhere, just a general description. She drives up there, looks around in the only known towns that she probably knows up there, and she's not finding her mom. And then she gets another call at almost 2 o'clock. And you know what? We know this is way earlier, right? Because by the way, what time did law enforcement get on the scene? So let's, hey, KK, if you're still out there, let's see if this works. Hold on. At 12:28 was notified Habersham Dispatch that a caller from SiriusXM service had been pinging a vehicle per the request of Athens-Clarke County. The caller from SiriusXM advised dispatch that they had been attempting to locate the vehicle and believed it had stopped or pulled over in the area of Georgia 15. So that's at 12:28, right? That's easily enough time for Amanda to drive all the way from Athens to get out there. It's an hour and 20 minutes or so, 1:30. No, they add up. They totally add up, yeah. So 12:28, when they called her, they also called Amanda, I would imagine, right? So the caller from SiriusXM advised dispatch that they had been attempting to locate the vehicle and believed it to have stopped or pulled over in the area of Georgia 15 northbound in the area of Victory Home Lane. See, that's really specific information right there. So did they give Amanda the same specific information, or were they a little bit more general with her? The vehicle was identified as a 2022 Chrysler Pacifica. But look at that. That's at 1228, right? Then we go over to this document. Hell, I don't even know where I am now. It's all over the place. I think it was this one right here. Spoke with the daughter at 1:56. So that's way more than enough time for her to drive out there. Yeah, you're not understanding it, KK. She drove from at 12:25, let's say. She could have been called all the way at home or been driving around looking, and then she was told, and then she drove all the way up there. And then she got called at 1:56, an hour and 30 minutes later, to let her know that the vehicle was found. Okay, so that's easily enough time for her to have been up there. No, it doesn't say that. Well, yeah, if we go through this and she got on the scene at 12 something, that just doesn't make sense to anything. While on the scene awaiting for arrival of Forrester, Collier's daughter Amanda Bearden arrived on the scene in a hysterical state. Bearden began screaming that the vehicle belonged to her mother. But we already know up here that she was called by that log. That's all we need to look at. So they're waiting around for various people to show up. But what we got to look at right here is this. 1:56. That's when they called the daughter. And so she might have got there at like 2:10 or something. Okay? Because she was called at 1:56. I'm gonna go with this number here. Hope that's okay. And even if it's not okay, I'm doing it because that's what it says. Okay, that's the one we already did. 2, 3, 4. Okay, B1. Where's that part you're talking about? Yeah, but I was looking at the original report. What do you think about the... well, what's that data that you gave me, the address or whatever? I don't even know what it was for, because I haven't got to that part yet. Narrative criticality 3322 request recording calls between Amanda Bearden and Cirrus. They want to have that. The missing person case. Narrative change from normal to critical. Narrative added. Alerts retrieved. Recording of the 2 phone Katrina Sims calls made related to the case to be emailed to him. Closed call. Unit arrived at 224 AV. Supplemental will be done under the initial John Johnson report. 3327 made contact with Sergeant Neal with Allison Kirk. Tallulah Falls, they may be reaching back. Then I have to go back to the third one. Connected to that officer. Something. Body. Okay, and then at 3:50, body of missing is located. Wow, that's way later than we thought. So so when Amanda got there, likely your mom hadn't been found yet. Spoke with daughter. So here's the daughter part again. Spoke with daughter to inform her the van was located by police. She stated she is in Rabin now, looking for her mom. Makes sense. 1, 2, 3, and then we go to this one. That's 4. That was B4. Narrative added, have 224 call Diane Shirley. Reference to his sister Diane Collier. May have more information. Narrative. Okay, the more information was about the driver that Amanda told her about. The car accident. Narrative added, associated with 2817 U.S. Highway 441 in Clarksville. Is that what you were talking about up above? From associated call to 7773 calls linked. Narrative added from associate call at 281. Is that the super chat that you did up there? I gotta scroll up. Yeah. 2817 Highway 440. Yeah, that's right here. Yeah, somewhere right in this area. Narrative added. So this is at 1:17 p.m. the same day, though. So maybe that's some information that Amanda got, because that's more up in that area. I don't know. From Associated, they have sent law enforcement from that area to check for it. Oh, so it sounds like they may have had a ping up there that they were looking at. And that makes sense. I mean, maybe her phone pinged up in that area. I think they were just kind of that was actually prior to them finding the van, or before notifying it, I think. Because there's the cell tower. This is in the correct county. It's not really that far from here. I mean, it's interesting that it's right there. You know, you wonder. I mean, she never went that way, though. You know, so when she came in, she drove in like this, likely, took this exit, and then the McDonald's parking lot, boom, then went out like this and then left. So she never made it up in that direction that we know of. Although, I guess what they should check is the camera from Family Dollar and see if her car ever drives by that way, although it's too blurry. Again, because what if she took a right and then later went up there? I mean, there's so many different things that could have happened. We just don't know. Yeah, I'm not saying this isn't a murder. You know, I'm saying right now we don't have the information to say that it's a murder. A homicide, maybe, right? Because she's grasping a tree and she was burned to death. It sounds like she was burned, and that we don't know if that's how she died, but she's burned and she's grabbing a tree, and if somebody else is responsible for the fire, then it's a homicide, right? I don't know if it's a murder. Do you guys? I mean, does anybody really know right now that this is a murder? Can you just go, oh yeah, it's a murder, I know it because, and then give me the reason how you just know it? Yeah. Right here, added alert retrieved. That's 11/24. So we're going backwards, and no, this is a different date. This is the 20th. No, that was when it was printed. I wish they had dates off to the side. I don't know if this is the same day because it seems like we're going earlier in the day now. Rabin County sending a unit to check the area of the ping. Okay, so that might be a ping that they got, and they were checking that. But they got more specific information on the... Okay, so what about that, KK, if you're still watching? I think this is related to that same ping. Wait. Right here, I don't know if this is it. Alerts were successfully gathered for location at address 3700 Atlanta Highway. I don't know what that means. Because I know that's way far away. I actually found that place. It's... yeah, way over here. That's 3700 Georgia Highway right there. So it's not even close to any of this stuff, so I don't know what that is. Yeah, it's kind of dumb. You'd almost have to redo this whole thing and go, it's backwards. You know, like the time or earlier on the lower on the sheet. Rabin County sending a unit to check the area, see at 10:33. So they might have had that ping information, and then finally somebody went out and checked it later. But the ping information was a ping from her phone, yes, but she wasn't up in that town. And then later, the satellite got a really much better location off the satellite radio. That's what I would guess. Now there's that same 2.48 miles south of the tower. Last tower signal was on 9:10 at 3:17. That's the last time her phone pinged on any tower. Verizon is trying to get historical data. So that is interesting, right? It almost feels like she turned her phone off at that point. Or text messages. Yeah, we don't know. Yeah. Wants to give info to the officer. Does have iCloud. Okay, so this is where the iCloud information. So she's calling in again. Call her back on the line. Does have an iCloud information. Wants to give info to the officers, but then says, well, I don't have the login anymore. I used to, though. It's Unit 224, secondary location. That's 2. What about 3? We're successfully gathered by location and address. Yeah. What's this part? Unit status change. Dispatch call number 7697 Atlanta Highway, Atherton. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't have any more on that. I mean, it's interesting that there was a ping up here. But I think that was sort of preliminary ping information. And it doesn't mean those towers aren't 100% accurate all the time. So if you get a ping, let's see what that shape is again over here. Yeah, see that? I mean, it's kind of interesting because watch, see how that 120 goes that way and 120 that way, and this one goes 120, 120. And then right in the center of that, where it could be ambiguous, it goes right to there. You know, so it's like, it could have been over here. Yeah, I don't know. I really, I don't know what, I mean, that's outside of the range of that one. It's actually in the other. Wish I could draw those. No, I don't think so, Angela. It does make the story more interesting, though, doesn't it? I mean, you add something like that in there. Oh, it's she's meeting a CIA agent whose brother is the mayor of the local town. She's No, over there. You're also in the middle of a forest. Down a slope behind some trees. Probably nobody could hear a damn thing. Okay. Anyways, I think I'm going to be done, you guys. We got back into this mode. So let me see. Let me do the. I don't really have any more to offer. What do you guys think? I know. It's just I just want answers now, and we'll just see who was. Well, hopefully we're close. But we don't even know, right? Like some people like LM think it's a hardcore serial killer murder, you know, like just a wacko murder killer went down there. And I'm just not really seeing that sort of information, you know, at this point. Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah, with Sasquatch. There you go. I think I wanted somebody to write their theory in a bow. Oh, yeah, it was, forget it. I lost it. I get so busy in here. It's hard to remember everything. That's why it's hard to communicate with the chat. I like to actually think and do the show, you know. Right, you said it was a murder, though, LM. 100 times. And I've said it could be a murder, and I've said it could be a suicide, and it could be a homicide, like an accidental death situation, but the person wasn't really dead, and they were set on fire to cover up the fact that they were with that person. It actually makes sense given all the information that we have. But you're not willing to ever look at anything else. So maybe you need to work on that a little bit. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is yeah, I know you never said it was a serial killer, but your buddy John, whatever his hell face is, he did. So shut it. Okay, LM. I'll do it just for you. Nah, not really. Yeah, I mean, she died out there. Like, she had something. It does. This one's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe she just wanted to wear what she thought those were sort of like hiking shoes. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't seem like as likely as a suicide now. But if it turns out that she died accidentally and the person covered up, it's a hell of a lot closer to that. That's why the elements lined up pretty well with that, right? If it's some crazy, you know, Venmo message killer thing, then, man, I just don't see that at all. So if it turns out that that's it, man, I'll have to just say, wow, that was it. But I won't, like, freak out. I'll just be like, whoa, that's crazy. And I'll just accept it and move on with that information. I'm just, right now, though, we're just trying to figure out what seems more likely. And, you know, for me, it's more that she was, the most likely at this point is that she was meeting somebody and something went wrong and she ended up dying. You know, whether or not the person, you know, was part of the reason she died because she actually was still alive but they didn't know it or something, I don't know. I just don't think that there's like I don't think somebody brought her down there to kill her. If it was somebody she was meeting, like if she went there to meet somebody, they didn't bring her down there to kill her. That doesn't make any sense to me. It's hard, though, to make something else make sense. That there was some, you know, something to do with her daughter and some guy, and then she buys a tarp and then goes down into the woods with some random, you know, that part's hard to make that make sense. So that's where I'm at. And then the second one, you know, for me, does still makes more sense than a psycho murderer, is that she killed herself, but it looks like a homicide to the police. But the number, and then after that, obviously, then is a murder by somebody plotting some evil scheme. Okay, so all those things are possible. I just try to figure out what I think. I weigh the information. So I guess I changed my mind. Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, don't you think, Dan? I mean, who the hell watches that? Like, why watch that trial? It's just like you're only watching it for pure sensationalism. I mean, I watched it for like 5 minutes just to see what it was all about, and I was like, wow, really? Yeah, that's what we originally thought, M.M. Morgan, that it was a suicide to make it look like a homicide so that the insurance would pay out. That's what it seemed like. Then not, when I say we, I wouldn't say everybody. It was like me and a few people. And then the second one was I don't even remember now. Shit. Anyways, I gotta go. I've been on it for 4 hours and 17 minutes. Dealing with trolls and even channel members that are like trolls. So anyways, we got thanks Cindy Leon, Amber Maiden, Ultra Dark CEO. That's what's the one. What was your did you ever type in your theory up above? I got onto something else and I didn't get to see it. Ultra Dark CEO, Adam Lost House Cat, Kathy Friedenmaker, Rebecca N, Tosh, Vicky H, Tosh, Eugenie, Linda Cosma, Sherry S, Your Gypsy, Jessica Schubach, Tawny Lee, Brian Harmon, Renergy, Galanvern, Lisa Murphy, Galanvern again, thank you very much, Alley Cat, Cindy Leon, Lane Dune, Flounder 23, Paula Volter, Linda Cosma, Jenny Jean, Obscene Francine, Billy Juliana, Alley Cat, Alley Cake, Roxanne Polk, Annabelle Stealth, 80s Baby, Alley Cat, Jan Allison, Jiggy England, Annabella Roma, Case Crack, Brian Harmon, Obscene Francine, Golan Vern, Adnaram, Not Your Average Chick, Heather, B, Tosh, and KK. All right. Well, anyways, I hope you guys thought that was at least mildly interesting. It, got off track a few times in there. But, here's the thing is I actually hope that I make people more confused about the case. Because if I do that, then that means it's good, because that means you're now questioning something else. Right? Like you might have been like, oh yeah, it's Amanda and Andrew. Oh yeah, it's Amanda and Andrew. Oh, it's Amanda and Andrew. It's Amanda and Andrew. Just because you want it to be that way, because you've invested a lot of hate, which they're very dislikable people. So it's easy to do. But if I make you question and make you think, oh, that's worth it for me. You know what I'm saying? Definitely worth it. Oh, I see what you were seeing though, Brian. It was the light. It did look like that, but then I could see the darker part on the other side. Yeah. Well, anyways, I appreciate you guys hanging in there, and for those that we don't do conspiracy theories in here. So if somebody comes in and keeps making the comments, it probably won't go well for you, but that's just your own choice to do that, right? Yeah. So, anyways, thank you guys very much, and we only have one PayPal tonight, which was from TTJO, so thank you very much. And tonight I think I'll just give out a notebook. Now the Wisconsin family? I don't even know which one you're talking about. You mean the one in the Michigan family, you mean? Yep. hold on. Oops. I will do 2 notebooks at a time. And that's it. Yeah, you meant the Michigan family, LM. Well, tomorrow I might do this one sort of serial killer story that a family member, yeah, like somebody, a friend of one of the victims told me about. So might be a lot of reading, a lot of boring stuff for you guys. All right, here's notebook number 1. Yeah, me and LM are just like a brother and a sister bitching at Thanksgiving. All right, so here we go. Been around a long time. Oh, it's Jessica Schubach. There you go. Welcome, Barbara Brunson. You related to Rick Brunson? Oh, look at that, it's Eugenie. It's Eugenie. Oh, he's an NBA basketball player. Yes. Oh, don't forget to hit that like button, you guys. What a shame. You guys made this minute 484 when there was like 700 or 800 people watching.
That's because they didn't like your show, Gray.
Well, thank you very much, Mary Lou. I really appreciate it. I don't know, Aaron. All right, everybody, thank you very much for being here tonight. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. Uh-oh. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, a projector. I'm a certified human lie detector. I'm gonna get you on a stretcher. You can try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector.
Just singing, Gray, just singing.
Interceptor, and I'm neater than a specter with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temple fucking checker. I have no agenda, I'm a pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work.
Happy birthday, Linda Moldenhau.
Yeah, that's right. Happy birthday again, Linda Howell. Looks like you missed your birthday song, but, you know, when you listen to this tomorrow, Mary Lou sang an incredible version of Happy Birthday to Linda Moldenhau, or Linda Howell, as we like to call her. So thank you guys very much. We'll see you tomorrow, and as I always say, until next time, be safe out there.
See how mean LM is? She just never knows what a good thing is. She just keeps going. Just keeps trolling away.
Yeah, I noticed that. Isn't that weird how she does that? Like, things seem okay, but then she just feels so put upon and whines at the end of the show. It's really weird how that happens. But all right, everybody, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow, and be safe out there.
Good night, everybody. Cheese.